27-10, Ohio State coming off that big win against Wisconsin here on prime time. Kole, excited for this one. Ohio State coming in, lots of anticipation to get the job done and do it correctly. How does CJ Stroud and this offense kind of get going early on?
Yeah, well, first off, I'd like to start. It's great to be with you here in the booth, Joe. It's always a pleasure. But yeah, CJ Stroud and this offense, I mean, like we talked about for that pregame report on the field, they've been clicking. They boast the #3 total offense in the nation, 48.5 points per game. It's something that something we expect out of this Ohio State offense, but to see it just keep on going and going, it's been spectacular. They put up 11 touchdowns week 3 against Toledo, and we thought, all right, it's a action opponent. Let's kind of see how they respond. Wisconsin came to town boasting the #11 total defense in the country, and Ohio State did the same thing. 4-4, went up 28 early before steamrolling the Wisconsin Badgers. It's pretty much CJ Stroud has so much time in the pocket, and he's been able to do pretty much whatever he wants with his Ohio State offense.
Well, right you are, and we can flip side. Ohio State has been as good as we mentioned, second and third in scoring offense, and second in overall offense. They've been spectacular. But we can flip side to Rutgers, transition to Evan Simon, the quarterback out of Mount Joy, Pennsylvania. He's come in for Noah Vedral, who's still on the roster, but Evan Simon won the job. Now coming in for his fifth start of the year, going 3 games, winning their first 3, losing to Iowa at home in Piscataway, New Jersey. Now we can transition. How does Rutgers kind of look to build off of this 3-1 start? Yeah, they lost to Iowa, but they have 3 wins. How can they look to kind of shock some people today?
I mean, first and foremost, you have to get a good run game going. That's something any team who's come into the horseshoe so far this year has not been able to do against this Buckeyes defensive line, who's just seen a whole new transition under first-year defensive coordinator Jim Knowles here at Ohio State. But for Rutgers, like we talked about, Noah Vedral, he's out. He has not been able to be practicing with the team going down with that preseason injury. But for Evan Simon, he needs to get his momentum going as well. You got to establish the run, but you also be able to find receivers. You got to be able to find Aaron Cruikshanks in the air, who's been a great addition so far for this Rutgers offense, and see how they can get going. Simon last week threw for a touchdown, 2 interceptions as well, but first time in 4 years that a Rutgers quarterback has been able to throw for 300-plus yards. It'll be interesting to see how he goes against the Ohio State defense today, but I would definitely like to see the run game get going. And really, you have to take it right to the Buckeyes' heart.
Yeah, you definitely do. As for Ohio State, we know Travion Henderson and Mayan Williams. We know how good Travion Henderson is through the ground, but can we expect to see a lot of Mayan Williams today on the ground?
It's yes. The short answer, yes. It's been surprising to see that 2-headed attack and how they've been used. Travion Henderson, who's described as the starting running back, but even with that, Mayan Williams has been getting plenty of touches. Last week, he got 11 more runs on the ground, and it's just something that opposing defenses are just going to have to prepare. They don't know which running back they're going to face. Mayan Williams, that short yard, choppy running back, who know he's going to go for a few extra yards every time. It's really how can the Rutgers defense prepare for those two.
And we can talk about how good they are on the ground, but if we transition through the air, Ohio State is the best, arguably the best team throwing through the air on offense as well. And you got guys like CJ Stroud who obviously can deliver that ball, but Jaden Ballard, Cameron Babb, Marvin Harrison, Xavier Johnson, the list goes on and on and on, it feels like. We can expect Ohio State obviously to start their wide receivers, but go into their depth. Are we going to see guys like Jaden Ballard and possibly Xavier Johnson, who made a catch here a couple weeks ago to put OSU in front of Notre Dame?
Yeah, you're going to see their depth tonight, especially with Jackson Smith and Egbuka. It was announced pregame he's going to be out for his 2nd straight week, still dealing with that hamstring injury. But even with so, for any team that's coming into the horseshoe, you have to prepare for this. Like we talked about, one of the best receiving corps in the country. You never know what they can throw at you with Julian Fleming, Marvin Harrison Jr., Emeka Egbuka, who is going to be a game-time decision, but they just have such elite wide receivers who can create so much for themselves. It's really hard to pinpoint which specific receiver you have to guard. Now with Ballard coming in as well, Cade Stover, the tight end, who's had a phenomenal year, who's known more for his pass blocking, but he's been more of that receiving tight end this year, along with G. Scott. It's just there's so much weapons Ohio State has on that offensive end that you just really have to prepare for.
Well, and you can transition to Ohio State's defense. It seems like a night and day transition from last year into this year, and that's with the addition of brought in from former Oklahoma State defensive coordinator Jim Knowles, who's now come in, and it seems like just transitioned this defense to a very more attacking defense, and they haven't not allowed many points. As a team that we thought last year just couldn't get a stop at all. It's definitely a difference this year, and it's showed out through the first 4 games.
I mean, it's been a huge difference so far this year for the Ohio State defense. Jim Knowles has really gotten his guys to really buy in. to this whole new defensive scheme and just seeing what they've accomplished. In a year's time, we knew Tommy Eichenberg, linebacker, under Jim Knowles, he leads the team in tackles, 33 through the first 4 games. He's been a true leader on that that defensive end this past week, winning Big Ten's Defensive Player of the Week for his performance against Wisconsin. The whole team is really buying into it, and it's just great to see. They have so much depth. Even last week we saw Denzel Burke going down, Jordan Hancock going down, getting Jair Brown to the rotation. Even with 3 scholarship cornerbacks not being able to play, it's just incredible to see the amount of depth that this Ohio State defense has in any given moment.
Well, speaking of depth, you mentioned Jackson Smith-Njigba. We saw him down on the field warming up prior to the game. Seems him and Cam Brown are listed as out as of now. Cam Brown, the standout corner for this Ohio State team. Is that going to hurt them, having guys like Jackson Smith-Njigba? But we can just talk about enough. Their depth just seems too overpowering to a lot of these teams. But does that make a difference today?
You like to say it would make a difference, but coming out last week, just the way that they responded against Wisconsin and a pretty good offense under Graham Mertz, it's going to be surprising to see how Rutgers can try to do the same thing they accomplished. Like you talked about, Cam Brown, Cam Martinez, and Jordan Hancock all among unavailable today. So that means Jair Brown, again, is going to have to step up. And he was telling us that media availability on Wednesday, saying, hey, even though we're farther down that depth list, it doesn't matter the time or occasion. We practice every day as if we're going to be playing on Saturday. That's something that Jim Knowles has gotten this team to buy into. And because of that, I just think they're going to pick up right where they left off, especially with Jair Brown, who got his first start last week as a true freshman. I think he's going to pick it up today, and he might try to make some big plays against this Rutgers offense. Yeah,
that's a good point. And we can transition to Rutgers, as I mentioned earlier, falling behind to an Iowa team, 27-10. Iowa, struggles this year offensively. They haven't been as good as they have been in the past. Rutgers following them at home, 27-10. How does the Scarlet Knight group and Greg Schiano kind of lift this team up and try to kind of put a dent in this game?
You have to rely a little bit on the defense as well, even though Rutgers offense got off to a slow start against Iowa like we talked about. And Joey, you hit on it pregame. Rutgers is second nationally and first among Power 5 teams in allowing rushing yards per game, 56.5. Like we talked about, they're yet to go against an elite duo like Trayvon Henderson and Mayan Williams, but that's kind of the starting point. If you can stop the run, force CJ Stroud to go through there, which of course it is a good passing offense, but if you're able to contain the run, that's the first half of the battle, and that's just something Greg Schiano and Rutgers are going to have to do if they want to keep this one remotely close.
Yeah, they definitely are. Rutgers came in and they beat Boston College to start the year, played Wagner, beat them 66-7. They fell behind to Iowa 27-10. They go out a 3-1 record, a good start for them nonetheless, but they come into a horseshoe crowd who's excited after, this is their 5th game in a 5-game homestand. They go to Michigan State next week. They can't look too far ahead. How does Ohio State and Ryan Day kind of keep this team focused on the game today?
Just like he's done every single week, it's one game at a time like we talked about. That Notre Dame game week 1, they said they celebrated in the locker room that night, that Saturday, knocking off number 5 Notre Dame. But they said the next morning, Sunday, it was on to Arkansas State. They completely put the win behind them, and they're just focusing 1 week at a time. Remember last year, Ryan Day said, this summer at Big Ten Media Days, Ryan Day said they have 3 goals every year. It's to make the college football playoffs, that's to win the Big Ten championship, that's to beat Michigan. And they said if they want to accomplish those 3 tasks this year, they're going to take it 1 game at a time, 1 week at a time, 1 practice at a time. You can't overlook an opponent, especially Greg Schiano, of course, who had his time here at Ohio State. He's a very trickery and sneaky coach like we talked about, and that we've seen players like Denzel Burke said, you have to expect some antics, that extra antics going against a Rutgers offense like this.
Well, you definitely have, and for Ohio State to start 5-0 once again, they did it last year, and it seemed like, from last year at this time, we had such a great offense. You had Olave and Wilson, but we lost those this year, but we kind of replaced that. And we did that with Egbuka and Julian Fleming and Marvin Harrison coming in. As for Ohio State and this offense to continue their success, putting up 52 against Wisconsin just a week ago in a blackout game, which was prime time. Now transitioning to this game in the Big Ten Conference, is it a game that they look at saying, is this going to be an easy win, or is this a game that they have to look at and say, we got to take this team just like we would do any other team.
Yeah, you definitely so. You play the same mentality every week. It's like this is the team coming into our building, and we have to show them what we're made of. It's like we talked about, similar to last week, the Big Ten home opener against Wisconsin. They really want to say, hey, we understand you're one of the best teams out west. You boast one of the best defenses across the country, but we're going to take it to you. You're at the Horseshoe, which Ohio State is wrapping up its 5-game home stretch, which this is actually the third time they did this. They did this in 1999 and in 2003, 5 straight games to start the year. But that's exactly what they want to show today and show the fans and the nation, saying we don't care who's in front of us, we want to knock them off. Rutgers happens to be in Ohio State's way today as the team is about to come out of the tunnel. Still about 42 minutes away from kickoff, but Ohio State knows the task ahead of them. They need to beat Rutgers before they can look forward to next week at Michigan State.
Well, the team has come out now from the south stands and now entering the field. And for Rutgers, a running back in Kole Emplit, a very experienced back. He's a sophomore. He's 5'9". He's low to the ground. Very physical back. He's going to have to get involved early on today for Rutgers to have a chance of winning. What can they do to feed him the ball? And you imagine the front line, their O-line of blocking.
Yeah, you just have to open up some holes, and you got to make the right reads at the right time. Be able to get behind this Ohio State defense, who's top 2 nationally on that defensive line and tackles for loss this season. You're going to be able to have to create some mega holes, and if you don't get the holes at least long enough, that Ohio State defense is going immediately in your backfield, and they're going to try to chew you up quick. You got to get going quick, especially Rutgers, who is on the road. They're 8-4 on the road since 2020. Greg Schiano, of course, has never beaten Ohio State. 0-2. You definitely like to see some tricks up his sleeve and see, hey, why not us? It's 39-point favorites for Ohio State, but why not Rutgers coming into Columbus, shocking the world? That's going to be the mindset, and that's going to be the attitude they're going to have to play with today.
And they definitely are. We've seen everything in college football. 39.5-point favorites is nothing to be scared about if you're Rutgers, if you're Ohio State, because you look at it a year ago, we take it back into Piscataway. Ohio State beat them 52-13, and it was the dominant performance from C.J. Stroud in that offense. Rutgers, you got to imagine some revenge is on their mind today.
No, definitely so. And even like we talked about, they're coming back into their stadium here in Ohio. And Greg Schiano, like we talked about, he's 0-2 against Ohio State. He knows he wants it. He knows his players want it as well. And even saying this is not the same Ohio State team as it was last year, and it's not the same players as well for Rutgers, but they know that attitude. It would be huge to come in Columbus, knock off a top 5 team in the country.
Well, you can't get too far ahead of yourselves pending the score of the game, but besides C.J. Stroud at quarterback, is there a chance we would see Kyle McCord possibly come in today?
That's been a lot of talk, and we've seen Kyle McCord the past 4 games as well to start the year, and I think he can get some looks, especially if Ohio State goes up early. We saw that, especially Ohio State. Kyle McCord didn't even get his action until the 4th quarter against Wisconsin, as, apparently Ryan Day wanted to see some more different tactics going against with his offense, wanted to see how he could keep going. But I definitely expect to see Kyle McCord and maybe even possibly Devin Brown, the true freshman today, the 4-star. And, it doesn't matter exactly how the score might add up. At the end of the day, Ohio State wants to get as much players in this game as possible, see what they really have to working with before traveling to East Lansing next weekend.
And a big part, now we can mention that, Ryan Day said, at the start of this game, and for his, they just want to set the tone. This team is very good at setting the tone at the start of the game. How do they do that today and look at, punching Rutgers in the mouth?
Yeah, definitely so. You got to get, we talk about for Rutgers, but Ohio State, I want to say you want to get the running game going, but we know what to expect from this Ohio State offense. It's like we talked about all season, how does the defense respond? How do they keep up with the high explosive offense that we're seeing? They've done it so far this year. But you talk about Jim Knowles has completely transformed this Ohio State defense. It's one of the best in the country in tackles for loss. They got to get going against Rutgers. They got their first turnover a couple weeks ago, and now they're going to see they get going, get some sacks in the backfield, force some fumbles, even get some interceptions out of it.
Yeah, well, they definitely have. And, for Ohio State's roster and how deep they are, we can look at, obviously, their wide receiving core and guys like Cameron Babb and Jaden Ballard, Xavier Johnson, who I mentioned made a huge catch a couple weeks back. There's a chance that we see those guys today.
Yeah, you definitely have to look at deeper down the receiving core, and especially with Egbuka out, you expect more minutes today from Jaden Ballard or even more reps for Cade Stover at the tight end. You can definitely see G. Scott try to get in the wide receiver form tight end. You expect him to make some minutes. Cameron Babb, of course, still fighting that injury. He is unavailable today, the block recipient. But I can definitely expect to see Xavier Johnson, as we talked about, first catch as an Ohio State Buckeye was the game-winning catch to put the Ohio State up against Notre Dame. that week 1. And it's just very interesting to see how deep they can go down this depth, not even at wide receiver. How about at you're talking about offensive line, see how they can get their games going and really bring in some more talent to see what you guys have to work with.
Yeah, they definitely are. And you know, going through this 5th game, it just seems like this team has got a different fire on both sides of the ball. And Rutgers knows that, you know, in order to beat Ohio State, you got to beat them in all 3 phases of the game: special teams, defense, and offense, in order to come in and have a win on the road. A team that's 8-4 on the road, historically good on the road, as they face Nebraska next week, but they can't look far ahead as they get the Buckeyes here just coming up, and can transition to, you know, what this Rutgers team has done so far, and winning 3 games, barely escaping a win against Temple, losing against Iowa, and now coming for their 5th game of the year. Excited, they have to be excited. Greg Schiano's got to get his guys fired up.
Yeah, you definitely have to be fired up, and like we talked about, every year since Greg Schiano has become the head coach of Rutgers, they've consistently gotten better and better, more wins every year. Last year, they went bowling against Wake Forest in the Gator Bowl, ended up losing that game, but still, it's a big encouragement for a team saying, hey, we haven't had many bowl game opportunities. Let's keep that going into this year. And like you talked about, beating Temple, beating Wagner, and just that one loss last week to Iowa falling, which a good Iowa defensive team, but it's going to be a much more battle-tested Ohio State team today. But even if a loss is in their future, it's still, how can we keep our heads down? Let's get back to that promised land, which they want to get, which is, hey, we need to go for a bowl. We are a bowl team, and we expect to be there every year.
Yeah, 3 wins on the year. Remind you, last year they were 5-7, weren't eligible for a bowl. Wake Forest was originally playing Texas A&M. Texas A&M was out due to COVID. Rutgers did come in to play that Gator Bowl, so that's why they were there for bowling, but still won 5 wins on the year last year. Much more impressive than the prior years. But we'll take a quick break here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Joey Feerer alongside Kole Emplit. Countdown to kickoff, just about 25 minutes away. We'll get you wrapped up here in just a moment. Stay with us. And touch on Rutgers receiving core. and it's led by a guy named Aaron Krushank, 2022 Paul Hornung Award watch list guy, a guy that's really come in and changed this offense for the better. 18 receptions on 150. In order to get behind this Ohio State secondary, he's got to be a name that's involved.
Yeah, and he's definitely a target that Evan Simon's going to have to look for. And talking about, he does lead the team in receptions. Last week he had 7 receptions, 455 yards, and the lone touchdown against Iowa. But he's really pretty much the target receiver today, and Ohio State's definitely going to have to respond to that. They're going to have definitely Denzel Burke on him, one of their star cornerbacks, but that's how you got to get going. You got to get Krushank involved early, being able to see what he can create, as he's a really good receiver, especially with wide green in front of him in space, and how can he really get going, and how can really Simon feed him the ball today? Yeah,
they definitely need a spark off the receiving core, because Kole and guy in this running offense have done well so far this year long, but who are you looking for Ohio State in their defensive line? Really a guy that's really kind of stepped up. Who is that somebody to you?
Well, I want to see Mike Kole step up, who he missed Toledo before returning last week against Wisconsin. He got a couple tackles, but he's a player that no one really expected to pop out like he has. He's already got 3 tackles for loss on the year, including a sack, and he's just a star defensive lineman along with Zach Harrison on that edge. It's really hard to see where you can really stop him coming from, and I just want Mike Kole to have, I think he's going to have a great game today going against this Rutgers offensive line. But also looking to the secondary as well, I definitely want to see Denzel Burke stepping up. He's had a quiet start to the year, similar to Josh Proctor in the safety, but seeing how those two can step up and really get their momentum going as we go into like the deep bulk of that Big Ten season.
Deep bulk of the Big Ten, and obviously we have a game to play in front of us now, but transitioning just to next week, just for the time being, Ohio State against Michigan State. Looking forward to that one.
It's going to be a good one. Michigan State, who's had a couple bad losses, going back with Washington, and then last week against Minnesota. Like we talked about, Peyton Thorne, seeing how he can bounce back for his junior season as well, see how he can get going. And of course, there's a lot of criticism right now at Michigan State with, of course, that huge contract that Mel Tucker was able to obtain in the offseason. But it's just really how can he get going, and really how can he boast his Spartans to, they got off to a 2-0 start. How can they get back to that expectation and start winning more ball games?
Right, and Michigan State, and then we transitioned for Rutgers. They got Nebraska at home next week. Obviously, they got Ohio State in front of them for now, but Nebraska, a team that's really struggled, and a lot of big expectations coming in them for this season with Scott Frost, who is now removed as a head coach. They brought in Mickey Joseph as an interim coach, and Rutgers, that's a big game for them against Nebraska too. Very winnable game.
It's a winnable game, and it's going to be a good game. But for both teams specifically, that middle of the pack on each side of the division, it'll be a great game to see where they really are against the team cross-divisional, and to see where they can go from there. Rutgers, of course, who's trying to prove every year, is trying to compete in that Big Ten East. How can we respond? Maybe potentially following a loss against Ohio State, how can we respond against a Nebraska team?
And since a pigeon is flown in front of us and joined us up here, but around the country, and taking you just for a bit, Michigan up 27-7 over Iowa, Purdue up 13-10 on the road at Minnesota, and then what it seems to be the shocker of the day as of now, TCU with an onslaught 55-17 at home against Oklahoma. So TCU, you got to imagine they're going to jump in the top 25 with a win against Oklahoma. Kansas State up 37-20, and Utah up 21-10 as of now. But we have a game to play. Fans are fired up here in the South section. The students have slowly kind of brought themselves into the stands. And, Kole, before this game starts, what are you looking forward to the most?
I'm just excited for those who do not know, this is the 100th anniversary of the Horseshoe in Columbus. Of course, being October 7th, this Friday will be the official 100 years, but first game ever on Ohio Stadium. Ohio State beat Ohio Wesleyan 5-0, like Tyler was talking about earlier, and it's crazy to see how things can change. And bringing up 100 years of anniversary, 100 years here at the Horseshoe, brings back some memories. One of my favorite memories when I was a fan as a freshman, the blackout, the first time they did it in 2019 against Michigan State. It's just one of those memories that you can relate to with fans around the world, being like, hey, I remember some of my favorite moments in the Horseshoe. So I'm excited to see that and see how much the fans really get involved for this 100-year anniversary.
Well, they definitely are, and the fans have come in today and are providing over 105,000+ expected, and has been for the first 4 games here in the Horseshoe in Columbus, Ohio. Ohio State and Rutgers faced off in soccer the other day. 2-2 tie, as the Rutgers a late tie for them. So now it transitions to the football field, American football. as we like to call it over here. But just excited for this one. Scarlet and Gray, Sports Radio. You're listening to Joey Feerer and Kole Emplit. Final predictions on the game. Ohio State seems that they could win, but you never know with college football these days.
I mean, listen, Ohio State has just one of the best offense and defense in the country. It's just pretty much the fact, how can Rutgers keep up? And that's just something we've seen throughout the first 4 weeks of the season. I think Ohio State wins comfortably. There's a spread of 39 points. I don't know if we want to get that far, but I do think Ohio State wins comfortably, and I do think they go get some guys deeper down that depth chart, get them involved late in this game.
Yeah, I think Evan Simon gets this team close in the first half. I think they keep Ohio State close. I think it's a 1 or 2 score touchdown game. I think Ohio State in the second half kind of blows it up with C.J. Stroud, and I think they win comfortably. But nonetheless, 39, 40-point favorites. It just seems, too good to be true, but then it doesn't. So there's a lot of things in college football that can go one way or another, but just under couple minutes here, ready to go here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Just about 15, 20 minutes to kick off. Joey Feerer and Kole Emplit brought to you here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. We'll be back at halftime. We are excited for Tyler Danburg and Caleb Spinner to bring you this broadcast just in about 20 minutes or so. But thank you, everybody, for tuning in here to the pregame show on Countdown to Kickoff. Tyler and Caleb will take it away.
Alrighty.
Oh, stupid question. I was going to say, is the crowd mic plugged in? And then I saw the notch.
All right, let's hear from, let's do a station ID.
Yeah, baby. Are those knee neighbor?
Yeah,
Ah,
let's do it.
rock and roll.
From a cloudy, chilly Ohio Stadium in Columbus, Ohio, it's college football on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio as the Rutgers Scarlet Knights, sitting at 3-1 on the season, travel to Columbus to take on the third-ranked 4-0 Ohio State Buckeyes. Hi, everybody, and welcome into SGSR. Tyler Danburg alongside Caleb Spinner, Kole Emplit, and Joey Feerer also with us. And Caleb, this marks a momentous occasion. Ohio Stadium, the horseshoe off the banks of the Olentangy River, celebrating its 100th anniversary.
Yeah, several great memories, a few not so good ones here over a century, but you're bound to get a mixed bag of results. Ohio Stadium is a historic site, not just in Columbus, not just in the state of Ohio, but in the world of college football in its entirety. An impressive venue that's seen a lot of great games, and hopefully it'll have another one today.
Two historic programs, a historic venue. Rutgers playing the first ever college football game back on November 6th against Princeton in 1869. So these two programs, the Scarlet Knights and the Buckeyes, know a lot about college football. And let's get into this game. Rutgers coming off their first loss of the season, a Saturday night primetime game where they fell flat, a little bit short to the Iowa Hawkeyes, 27-10 in front of a sold-out crowd in Piscataway.
Yeah, and that was a tough one. Iowa's defense was the story of that game. Rutgers just was unable to do anything against the Hawkeye defense. It was just one of those times where you come in and, you know, Rutgers not necessarily playing bad, but just Iowa playing out of their minds in holding under that 27-10 final score. And it's just something you see, you know they're going to want to redeem themselves. They're going to want to show what they can do. The Rutgers comes in with their own stellar defense, especially in the run game, so they're going to want to show that off today, and no better venue to do it against Ohio State and Ohio Stadium.
A venue that's starting to rock as the sousaphone player of the week dots the I on the right side of the 37-yard line here at Ohio Stadium, much to the delight of the crowd. You talk about that Rutgers run defense, though, Caleb, averaging just 56.5 rush yards allowed per game, one of the best marks in the country.
Now, I feel, though, when we talk about this defense, of course, people will flash back to last week against Wisconsin, talking about another team that came in, another Big Ten team, if you will, coming in from a pretty good start to their schedule, coming in playing Ohio State, a team of which is a bigger caliber than anybody they had played there, and not playing up to that defense that we had talked about. Rutgers potentially could do the same, but I don't know if Scarlet Knights have ever seen anybody with a duo like Mayan Williams and Trayvon Henderson. So that's going to be something here big, the biggest running back pairing that they've seen all year and that they will see all year possibly is going to be a challenge today.
As for the Ohio State Buckeyes, they're coming off a win against the Wisconsin Badgers in a game that they dominated from start to finish.
Yeah, that was something that we did not expect coming into this. We all had our predictions-wise, well, except for me, we all had the predictions being tighter than that final score was because of running back Braylon Allen, somebody who was going to, according to the paper, according to the stats, was going to give Ohio State's defense a hard time in the rushing attack, but then came in. Ohio State's defense played out of their minds. They were able to hold him to very little production, less than 100 yards at halftime for the total Wisconsin offense. That was impressive. So Ohio State's offense, of course, was big in that game. The storyline being that they were able to beat this big Wisconsin defense, but also then looking at the defense to be able to hold Braylon Allen, such a historic running back in the Big Ten, to such a little production.
Tommy Eichenberg, the linebacker from the Cleveland area, had a big game as well, was just named Big Ten Co-Defensive Player of the Week. He had 14 tackles, 5 of them for a loss, and 2 of them sacks.
Well, you could say, honestly, about any game, Tommy Eichenberg has had a big part of it. He's been one of those consistent spots all throughout the season. Like we were talking about on the Block O show on Thursday, Ohio State has been very inconsistent in terms of who their star is. It seems like every game we have somebody new we're talking about, whether it's a receiver or running back, C.J. Stroud, whoever it is. But we've always, on the defensive side, talked about Tommy Eichenberg. I expect another big performance from him today.
Well, we'll find out in about 8 minutes from now on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. We are nearing kickoff. Tyler Danburg alongside Caleb Feerer with you on SGSR and SGSR TV. Rutgers and Ohio State, the third-ranked team in the country, getting ready to do battle. And Caleb, this should be a good one. But the first time we have seen a mid-afternoon matchup at Ohio Stadium, the 5th of a 5-game homestand, and perhaps the rain can play a little bit of a factor.
Potentially. I mean, it's held off for now. 3:30 in Columbus here, just shy of it, or just after it rather, 3:32. Getting about set for our kickoff. Ohio State about ready to make their entrance, and you're going to hear it when they do. But maybe the rain holds off. So far, our biggest thing that we've seen today is the wind, which is going to affect both of these Australian punters, Adam Korsak for Rutgers and Ohio State's Jesse Mirko. It's going to affect the kicking.
And they both happen to hail from the same country. Ohio State enters out of the tunnel to our right. Led out by the cheering squad. Then now the Buckeyes coming out clad in the scarlet jerseys, the silver helmets, and the silver pants with the white letters and white numbers. And then Rutgers will also come out in the tunnel to our right in just a couple of moments, wearing the all-white uniforms, including the white helmets with the scarlet block our lettering. Now, injuries could play a story in this one, Caleb. As for Ohio State, they will not have Cameron Brown, their starting corner. He's missing his second consecutive game, also did not play against Wisconsin. And then no Jackson Smith-Njigba. He was ruled out for yet another game, hasn't played since Notre Dame. But also, we could see Emeka Egbuka, the leading receiver. We will meet the starters when we come back on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Kickoff coming up on the official student radio network of Ohio State Athletics. Thanks, guys. Perfect. Oh, you're perfect. Oh, sweet. Thanks, Cole.
78 viewers right now.
Whew.
5 likes already. Good, good. Oh, yeah. Through the day already.
Way to get it. Oh, my bad. Way to get it started. Jersey, the 2 defensive ends, Mayan Hanatu, the senior from Tampa, Florida, and Keontae Hamilton, the sophomore from District Heights, Maryland. The linebackers for RU, Deion Jennings, the senior from Sicklerville, New Jersey. He'll be alongside Tyreen Powell, the sophomore from Vineland, New Jersey. In the secondary, the defensive backs, Max Melton, the sophomore from Mays Landing, New Jersey, lined up alongside Kashawn Abraham, the senior from Brooklyn, New York. Avery Young will get the start, senior from Coatesville, PA. He'll be one of the cornerbacks, lined up alongside Elijah Mack, the sophomore from Newark, New Jersey, and the safety, Christian Isian, coming off a 15-tackle game against Iowa, will round out the defensive lineup, the senior from Far Rockaway, New Jersey. The offensive starters for Rutgers as the Scarlet Knights take the field to our right. Up front, the offensive line from left to right goes as followed. Holland Pierce will be the left tackle, sophomore from Trenton, New Jersey. The right tackle will be Willie Tyler III, the senior from Racine, Wisconsin. In the middle, J.D. Dorenzo is the offensive guard, senior from Hamilton, New Jersey, alongside Curtis Dunlap Jr., the Minnesota transfer and Jacksonville, Florida native. He is a senior. Ireland Brown will do the snapping. He's the center, a junior from Jamaica, New York. The tight end is Johnny Langen, the Swiss Army knife senior from Wayne, New Jersey. Wide receivers for Rutgers, Shameen Jones, the senior from the Bronx, Joshua Youngblood, junior from Tampa, Florida, and Aaron Cruikshank, the junior from Brooklyn, New York. Aaron Young, Kyle Manangai, the two running backs, and Evan Simon, the sophomore from Mount Joy, PA, will be the projected quarterback. As for Ohio State, they will be sent out defensively by the two defensive ends, Zach Harrison, senior from Lewis Center, Ohio, and Jack Sawyer, the sophomore from Pickerington, Ohio. Teron Vincent, Jerron Cage, the fifth-year senior and graduate student, respectively, the two projected defensive tackles, alongside Mike Hall, who will also get a starting nod. Tommy Eichenberg, the redshirt junior from Cleveland, Ohio, and Steele Chambers, the redshirt junior from Roswell, Georgia, are the linebackers. Denzel Burke back in the starting lineup at corner will be the sophomore Scottsdale, Arizona native. Jair Brown or J.K. Johnson will be the two quarterbacks that will fill in for Cameron Brown. The three safeties are Ronnie Hickman, the redshirt junior from South Orange, New Jersey, and Josh Proctor, the senior from Owasso, Oklahoma. Tanner McAllister will be the grad transfer from Oklahoma State. He's the nickelback from Rockwall, Texas. Up front for Ohio State on the offensive side, Paris Johnson Jr., the junior from Cincinnati, Ohio, is the left tackle. At left guard, Donovan Jackson, redshirt freshman from Bel Air, Texas. At center, the Montvale, New Jersey native and redshirt sophomore Luke Whitler. The two right side offensive linemen, Matt Jones at guard, graduate student from Brooklyn, New York. And the right tackle is DeLon Jones, the redshirt junior from Indianapolis, Indiana. Cade Stover, redshirt junior from Mansfield, Ohio, will be the tight end. And the wide receivers will be projected as Emeka Egbuka, sophomore from Steilacoom, Washington. He is a game-time decision. We'll see if he plays. And Marvin Harrison Jr. and Julian Fleming will also be the wide receivers. Travion Henderson, sophomore from Hopewell, Virginia, will be the running back. And C.J. Stroud, the sophomore from Inland Empire, California, will be the quarterback. Ohio State will kick it away from right to left. It'll be Jaden Fielding, the freshman walk-on from League City, Texas, will kick it away. And Rutgers will have Aaron Cruikshank and Joshua Youngblood set to return. Caleb, we are ready to go. What are we looking forward in this matchup?
Well, first you're going to look for a lot of offense, but before I get any more into that, as of 52 seconds ago, Emeka Egbuka and Travion Henderson are still game-time decisions.
Kickoff from right to left sails over the head of the return man, Joshua Youngblood, and out comes the Rutgers offense. They will be led by a couple of quarterbacks, but the projected starter, Evan Simon, a sophomore from Mount Joy, Pennsylvania, threw for 300 yards last week against the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why I was talking about in our pregame or a little bit before here that wasn't necessarily a bad showing from Rutgers. It was just a better showing from Iowa. Simon had a great game then. Look for him to carry it over today.
It'll be 1st and 10 Rutgers, and Noah Vedral, making his season debut, will be the quarterback. Kyle Manangai gets the fake handoff. Vedral keeps over the left side, and he'll get a gain of nothing. To the 25 he goes, wrangled down on the left hash, and Tommy Eichenberg makes the stop.
And of course, we remember Vedral from last year. He led that Rutgers offense. Didn't start over Simon, but we possibly could see them both switching in as the day goes on.
He threw for 3 interceptions and a touchdown in Ohio State's victory in Piscataway last year. No score, 14 and a half minutes to play, first quarter. Rutgers breaking the huddle on the left hash, 2nd down and 9. 3 receivers to the right, 2 tight ends set. Buckeyes with 2 safeties 2 yards behind the sticks. Snap the Vedral, handing it off to Manangai over the left tackle, trying to stiff arm his way to the left sideline. He'll pick up a couple. Steele Chambers keeps him in front. 3rd down and medium on the way.
And that was one of the things that was talked about from Teron Vincent. He talked about how much that secondary allows the defensive line to play with some security, knowing that they have those guys in the backfield. And you saw it right there coming up with Tommy Eichenberg.
Rutgers in the all-white, breaking the huddle. 3rd down and 7 to go, under 14 minutes to play. The tight end Langen in motion to the left of the formation. Vedral, play clock winding down, walks back to the line, walks back out behind center. 4 wide for the Scarlet Knights. Bell tie snap to Vedral, steps up, running left at the 25 to the 30. He keeps his way a yard short of the line to gain beyond the left hash marks. That's going to be Evan Simon who's in at quarterback, and he'll pick up 6 in the punting unit will come out, led by Adam Korzak. Buckeyes get a big stop there.
Good job from Simon to feel the pressure. His pocket was collapsing. He didn't freak out. He was able to dance around and get up for there. Well, it would have been a sack if he hadn't had those quick feet, but indeed he did, and it sets up a little bit better of a punting situation.
Adam Korzak will punt it from his own 20-yard line. Native of Australia will punt it away. Emeka Egbuka and Jaden Ballard set up on their own 35 and 25 respectively. Korzak awaits, takes the punt on his shoulders to his right. He shuffles, right-footed punt on the near sideline is muffed by Egbuka, and it's picked up by a Rutgers Scarlet Knight, and RU is going to have it inside Ohio State's 20. Picking it up for Rutgers is the cornerback, Mayan Williams, with 12:33 left to play in the first quarter, still no score.
And that's exactly how that punt was not supposed to go for Ohio State. You saw, of course, Emeka Egbuka confirmed there to be a game-time decision. He is in, though that's not what Ohio State fans are focusing on. They're focusing on that bad decision to muff the punt. And we saw that a few times. He was dangerously close to doing it up until this week, and there, unfortunately, it comes back to haunt him.
Returners for Ohio State have muffed a couple of kicks over the last 2 weeks. Chip Trainum did it on the opening kick last week against Wisconsin. So Rutgers comes out in the red zone on the right hash from the 19. They'll have a wildcat formation. In the shotgun, clapping for it is the wide receiver, Josh Youngblood, and he's tackled on the left hash behind the line of scrimmage. Tommy Eichenberg brings him down for a 2-yard loss. It's 2nd and 12.
Yeah, had nowhere to go with that. Tried to go over to the left side, get around the edge, but there was no edge to seal. Ohio State just flooded in like a dam with cracks in it, and the water just came flushing and washed him away.
No score, 12 minutes remaining. Rutgers with the ball after a muff pump by Emeka Egbuka. Back to the Wildcat, this time it's Johnny Langan. 3 wide, 2 receivers right, single man left, coming in motion is Crookshank. They pitch it to him, he has it at his own 30, lobs it back to Langan inside the 30, running left of the numbers at the 25-20, and he's inside the 15-yard line. Some trickeration from the Scarlet Knights, and a pickup of over 7.
A lot of effort on the trick play, but not a lot of payoff when you look at it. Only a gain of about 4 there on that 3rd down, maybe a little bit more because they were behind the line of scrimmage. But that was a lot for very little, in my opinion.
3rd and 6 coming up with under 11 and a half minutes remaining. Zach Harrison checks back in, the defensive end for Ohio State. Scarlet Knights have it inside the 15 at the Ohio State 14.
Here's that noise Rutgers has to worry about.
Buckeyes with 2 linebackers, 5 in the secondary. Langan, tight end in motion to the left. Snap to Simon, looks right, lobs front right corner of the end zone, and it's caught for the touchdown. Sean Ryan pulls it in on the back shoulder fade from Simon, and Rutgers on 3rd down lead it early, 6-0 with 11 minutes to go in the first.
And that was not great defense from Denzel Burke, who's out there wearing number 10 today. We had that at a game time adjustment in his number. He's not wearing 5, he's wearing 10, but he got beat on that route, tried to play from behind and just could not get there.
Jude McAtamney, the freshman from Derry, Ireland, will kick it away. Korzak, the punter, to hold. Snap, spot, kick, good. And it's 7-0 Rutgers with 11 minutes remaining in quarter number 1. Ohio State will take possession back as Rutgers will kick it away. But for those just tuning in, Ohio State forced a 3-and-out on Rutgers, but then after Adam Korzak punted it away, Caleb, Emeka Egbuka fumbled the punt on that near side on the 20-yard line, and the Scarlet Knights were able to scoop it up, and they score on a long 14-yard touchdown pass from Evan Simon to Sean Ryan, the West Virginia transfer.
Yeah, and that's the definition of friendly fire right there. Rutgers, of course, they were good to finish the play, but that was Ohio State's mistake that led to those 7. Rest assured, Those 7 points were the Buckeyes scoring on the Buckeyes.
So we will step aside here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. It's 7-0, Scarlet Knights leading the third-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes with still 11 minutes to go in quarter number 1. You're listening to the official student radio home of Ohio State Athletics. How's it sounding? Good bring up on third down. That was good.
That was, wow. Denzel Burke continues to be a weak point.
Yeah. That's something that we could definitely talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to blast the guy because I've never played it before, but, I mean, it seems like anytime something big happens, he's around it, not in a good way.
All right, you ready to come back?
Yep.
Back here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, 7-0 Rutgers with 11 minutes to go in the first. Tyler Danburg and Caleb Spinner with you on this cloudy, chilly mid-afternoon. 65 degrees the game time temperature, and perhaps the slippery conditions and the rain wreaking havoc on special teams early.
Well, right now we have possible light rain. It shouldn't come up, according to my weather app, for about 20 minutes here, and then doesn't really look to be playing a factor until maybe 50% at 4 p.m. and 60% at 5, but then nothing on the forecast from 6 and 7. And when did I stop being a color commentator and turn into a weatherman, Tyler?
Well, those on SGSR TV were able to see you channel your inner weather person. And meanwhile, Rutgers will tee it up at their own 35. It'll be Jude McAtamney who kicked that extra point. As Rutgers leads at 7-0, he will kick it away as Chip Trainum, the Arizona State transfer, set between the hashes at his own 5 for Ohio State. Rutgers in the all-white, Buckeyes in the scarlet jerseys. McAtamney looks to pooch it to the near side. Jaden Ballard retreating to his left, pulls it in Rutgers territory at the 48-yard line. So are you trying the pooch kick? And Jaden Ballard, the sophomore from Massillon, makes him pay, and Ohio State will start with great field position.
And I forget which pregame show it is because we did 2 of them. One of them was a joint session with WRSU sharing the booth with us today. But one of them talked about the trickery that Ohio State was going to see when they play Rutgers. That pooch kick, one of those instances. And from what it looks like, they're not scared of going at Ohio State, Rutgers.
1st and 10, Ohio State on the left hash. In motion from left to right is Julian Fleming. Handed off to Mayan Williams, bouncing outside the left edge, and he's going to get tackled for a gain of nothing right on that near sideline. Bringing him down is Ifan Maije, the senior from Far Rockaway, New York, with under 10:45 in ticking.
And that's why that Rutgers defense, especially in the run, is incredible. Nothing but white fabric in between Mayan Williams and the end zone. Had nowhere to go.
4 wide for Ohio State. C.J. Stroud of the shotgun. To his left is Travion Henderson. Takes a shoulder-high snap. Dumps it off in the left flat at the 40 by Cade Stover. Runs to the 35 on the numbers. And Cade Stover moves the sticks. First down, Ohio State.
Cade Stover, a big part of last weekend's win for Ohio State with those 2 touchdowns in the first half. He was big there, moving it around, making himself open, wide open.
To his right, Williams. 2 receivers right. Snap to Stroud, design rollout, right of the hash, still waiting, pressure coming, and he throws it away in the back right corner of the end zone. Marvin Harrison Jr. was the intended target. 2nd down and goal.
Yeah, that was Tyreen Powell pressuring, coming in from the secondary and pressuring C.J. Stroud, forcing him to throw it away to that far side back pylon.
So the Buckeyes will operate out of the shotgun yet again on the left hash. They'll slow it down. 2nd down, 2 to go to score. Buckeyes trailing by 7 with under 9 minutes remaining. In the I formation, handoff, Williams running left, over the guard and over the goal line for an Ohio State touchdown. Mayan Williams makes it 7-6 Rutgers, and the point after unit comes out to try and tie it up.
And we have a Scarlet Knight down. Appears to be number 48, Keontae Hamilton, one of those defensive linemen for the Rutgers Scarlet Knights.
He's down on his stomach, being tended to by the Rutgers training staff. And that will be a tough blow, especially on the exterior of the defensive line. Now, as for Mayan Williams, he's now got his 3rd touchdown in back-to-back games, his 4th on the season. And with 9:21 remaining in the first quarter, Noah Ruggles, the kicker, will try and come out to deadlock this game at 7 points apiece.
And again, this is where that weather is going to come into play, whether you talk about the light rain that may or may not come into
football with 27 extra points. He's 27 for 27 as Hamilton starts to come off on his own power. But talking about Ruggles, when you have one of the top offenses in college football, you're going to have a lot of action kicking those point afters.
Yeah, if you would have asked me to guess which kickers have the most PATs, I would have definitely picked somebody from Georgia, Alabama, and or Ohio State in my conversation, Ruggles being one of those ladders.
Bradley Robinson, the 7th-year graduate student, will be the long snapper. To hold the punter is Jesse Mirko. Noah Ruggles, 3 yards behind the spot at the 10-yard line, will try a 21-yard point after. Snap down, spot down, kick is up and through. Long drive for Ohio State. They go 48 yards after getting good field positioning. 5 plays is all it takes for Mayan Williams to punch it in from 2 yards out. In the opening frame, Ohio State 7, Rutgers 7 on the Student Radio Network of Ohio State Athletics. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio.
Being a part of a diverse community has helped me as a student athlete because it helps me feel more included and it makes me feel more welcome as a black man.
Thank you.
I think sports is the greatest thing in the world for inclusion.
Are we transitioned?
Everyone on the team is one.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Anybody from any background can succeed. Being a part of a diverse community allowed me to be a better leader on the court.
Woo!
Oh, those are sweet photo deck.
Those are nice. No field access. What is this? Oh. Wow, they gave us a bunch of them. Meal tickets. $195. They gave us 7 meal tickets.
Whew.
Wow. I'm gonna put these in my coat pocket, actually.
Sounds
so we
good.
don't, just because I don't want to put them in my bag with my back turned to it.
Yeah. All right, you ready?
Yep.
7-7 is our score with just a hair over 9 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Welcome back, everybody, on SGSR and SGSR TV. Tyler Danburg alongside Caleb Spinner. And to kick it away will be Jaden Fielding on his own left hash at the 35. Aaron Crookshank and Josh Youngblood await. They will look to return for Rutgers, who scored on their last drive.
Yeah, and that was a lot due to Ohio State's special teams mishap with that muff punt back at the 16. So Rutgers is going to be, but you remember back to that, it was going to be a 3-and-out for Rutgers. So this is going to be the test of their offense to see what they can do all by their own.
4 wide for RU. Langen, the tight end in motion. Vedral fakes the give, keeps it, and is wrangled behind the line of scrimmage by Zach Harrison for a loss. And Rutgers faces yet another 3rd down.
Yeah, that was a mistake right there. The running back ran into Simon, and it looked like it was supposed to be a handoff, but instead, the running back runs right into Simon, forces him to have to keep it, and then had nowhere to go because it wasn't designed to be a sneak.
3rd down and 7, 8 minutes remaining, 7-7 in the first quarter. Two receivers right, single receiver left, and Aaron Cruikshank. Rutgers so far 1 for 2 on third down on the season. They are converting at 37.5%. Buckeyes bringing the house with 6 up front, including 2 linebackers. Bell tie snap to Vengel. Lobs down the left sideline. Incomplete. Way out of bounds near the Rutgers bench. In coverage there for the Buckeyes was J.K. Johnson, and it's 4th and 7.
So those listeners watching on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio TV, they saw my reaction to that. I thought that was going to be an obvious pass interference call. It looked like there was a shove from Ohio State's J.K. Johnson as that route was coming down the far sideline, but no flag called. I thought in today's pass interference heavy world of NFLs, of referees, that was going to get called.
Definitely a possibility for a PI, but nothing there. Korzak for Rutgers back at his own 14 to punt. Takes it, bell tie, and a penalty marker is down on the painted numbers on the right side of the field. Here's the call.
I'm looking for a false start here.
And it will be a false start, says the head referee, Ron Snodgrass. We'll tell you more about the referees in a little bit. 7:42 remaining left in the first quarter. 7:42, we should say. We're still tied at 7, and you were right there, Caleb, a false start.
Yeah, usually when you see a punt situation like that, trying to get him to jump and then just knocked off there. So it was just some miscommunication. This is a loud stadium. Didn't hear the snap, went early.
So Korzak retreats back at his own 9 between the hashes. Long snapper Rogowski sends it away. Right-footed punt, a wobbly punt sends Egbuka back. Receives it over the shoulders inside his own 25. This time he corrals it with a 2-hand grab and makes the fair catch signal inside Ohio State's own 25-yard line.
But that was the same dangerous move he did, trying to get it over his shoulder, allowing it to go past him and then trying to catch it in the breadbasket like he was running a route. And that's what's dangerous, is you lose track of it the second you try to look back for it.
Coverage of Ohio State football on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio is brought to you by Barrio Tacos. They are now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High Street. Barrio is serving tacos and margaritas late night each night and has an incredible happy hour with half off margaritas and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio also accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash options. You can also catch Barrio inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC. 7-7 is our score on SGSR. 7:34 remaining in this first quarter, and Caleb, Ohio State's offense will come out after this kickoff. And what are you looking to see there from Ohio State's offense? A unit that only passed once on that 48-yard scoring drive.
Well, that's exactly what I'm looking for, is to get the passing game worked more into it. Now, there's nothing wrong with ramming it down the throat with Mayan Williams every few plays as long as Rutgers can't stop it. However, you want to see that diverse spread that they've had all through these weeks. We're talking about coming in. Where is Ohio State going to focus? On the receivers, on the running back tandem? Where are they going to be? And I think that helps Ohio State when they're preparing, when opponents are preparing to play them, not knowing where to go. Is Ohio State a passing team? Is Ohio State a running team? So in order to keep that mystery preserved for when they go on the road for the first time this season to Michigan State, I would like to see the passing game get mixed in a bit.
And perhaps they're neither a passing or running team. They do both very well. They're the only team in the country averaging at least 300 pass yards and 200 rush yards per game.
Well, of course, that's the optimal situation, is you don't have a solo focus on there. But again, like right now, if you look at that first drive and you go, what's Ohio State? I would say a running team. So in order to dispel that, and in order to make me think, well, hold on a minute, I need to see a pass-heavy second drive.
And with the wind starting to pick up with gusts over 20 miles per hour on this cloudy mid-afternoon, the run game especially is going to be emphasized.
And we apologize if you hear a bit of wind in our microphones. Apparently the wind also blew the pop filters out of our equipment bag. So we'll take a look for those at some point. But you may hear some wind picking up, but like we said, it's a story for the kickers, it's a story for the passing game, it's a story for a lot in affecting this game.
So out comes the Ohio State offense. They'll have it on their own 25 between the hashes. C.J. Stroud, the quarterback, leads the country in touchdown passes. He's flanked to his right by the running back, Mayan Williams. The two tight ends, Stover and Rossi, motion from right to left. They'll line up as receivers. Trips to the left, single receiver right, Marvin Harrison Jr. Snap to Stroud, dumps it off in the left flat to Julian Fleming. He's tackled at the 24-yard line on the painted numbers. There is a flag on the play.
Good design on the play, trying to shield Fleming with a few receivers who would get in front of him and try to act as blockers once the pass was completed. But then just Rutgers wasn't fooled by it. They were able to get through, knew exactly who it was going to, and blew him up.
Flag picked up. Second down and 11. Two receivers sprayed far to the right. Julian Fleming will join those two receivers, motioning from left to right. Beltai snap to Stroud, drops three, fires to the left sideline. Williams makes a two-hand grab shoulder high and retreats to the 30-yard line where he's bounced out of bounds on that left sideline by the defensive back Elijah Mack, making his first start of the season with under 7 minutes to go.
So if you want to work the passing game in, might as well go to the guy who's been hot so far through this game, Mayan Williams. He was incredible against Wisconsin and looking for an even better game tonight.
So here comes 3rd and 8. Ball on the near left hash. Williams, who you just talked about, motions out of the backfield, and he will come back in motion to the left of Stroud. Trips to the right, single receiver left. Stroud with the ball in his hands, drops three, fires over the middle, caught by Fleming at the 40, running across midfield, and he's inside Rutgers territory to the 45. It's Emeka Egbuka, rather. They say he lost the football at the 45, but he was down before, and he'll pick up the first down gain.
Emeka Egbuka slowly trying to make up for that botched punt return here in the first drive when Rutgers was punting it away. That's a good way to get started on it.
From the Rutgers 45, Ohio State hurries to the line. 4 wide, 4-man front comes charging. Stroud rainbows one to the right sideline, complete to Marvin Harrison Jr. Tackled out of bounds around the waist on the right sideline. Rutgers cornerback Kashawn Abraham for a pickup of 8.
Yeah, not a huge gain there, but you can't argue with an 8-yard pass. It helps out Stroud's completion percentage. It gets Marvin Harrison a little bit more confidence in terms of his reception numbers, and it's almost good enough to move the chains. We'll hear it 2nd and 2.
7-7 our score under 6 minutes remaining. Rossi, the tight end in motion on a wing to the left. Stroud in the pistol, gives to Williams, running left over the left tackle. He'll get across the 35 to the 34 of RU. Good to move the sticks, says the referee, and the chain gain will advance 10 yards for an Ohio State first down. Tackle was made by the linebacker Deion Jennings. Under center now is Stroud, and the single back. Offset fullback is Rossi. In motion from right to left, Egbuka. Stroud, play fake, pressure coming, lobs it left side, a little bit too in front of the intended receiver Harrison. In coverage was Avery Young, the safety. Incomplete to make it 2nd and 10.
And I know Ohio State fans let out
shoeless Emeka Egbuka picking up the first down for OSU inside the red zone.
Well, he's not Joe Jackson, but that was a great run up the middle to try to bob and weave. Again, we saw it a few times when Mayan Williams scored the touchdown, one example being, but it was just cutting through. Didn't look like he had a path, and then took the path of most resistance, instead deciding to make the miss.
Ohio State driving on the right hash from the Rutgers 15. Stroud under center, jet sweep over the left side of Harrison to the 15, outside the numbers of the 10 to the 5, reaches for the left pylon, loses the ball. He'll be marked short of the goal line. Inside the 1 is Marvin Harrison. 1st and goal coming up with 4:35 remaining.
Yeah, you need to have clear possession across that pylon when you're reaching. Marvin Harrison did not. Good no call on the touchdown.
So it'll be 1st and goal from the Rutgers 1.
Fullback. I like the I formation. I think it's old school football. Not many teams use a fullback anymore, but I think when you've got a guy as huge as he is, as built as he is, why not have him come in, be the bulldozer, and open up the holes for Mayan Williams to trail behind, or Travion Henderson for that matter.
Rossi had his first touchdown as an Ohio State Buckeye against Rutgers last year in Piscataway, a 1-yard catch. Then he added a 1-yard touchdown run a couple weeks ago against the Toledo Rockets. Perhaps after this timeout from 1 yard out, we can see Mitch Rossi getting the ball.
And there's a potential to where when you're doing the I formation, you can choose to either take the delay, let him go, take the snap, let Rossi come through as the fullback and take the handoff to the second, or you can fake the handoff and get it right to the lead guy to go in and blow those all the way through.
And those who are watching the game on SGSR TV just got a nice video example, a visual aid, if you will, of Caleb surveying the different options Ohio State can do on 1st and goal from the 1.
And people might not know, I'm actually on Ohio State's depth chart at quarterback. I'm all the way down on the do not considers list.
That's why we're up here on the camera deck.
That's why we're up here, yes.
On this 65 cloudy day in Columbus, celebrating the century mark of the Ohio Stadium. Also the Horseshoe, as it's nicknamed, in honor of that open design on the south side of the stadium that is to our right.
Well, previously open, now sealed with a modern section where Block O South is currently sitting.
Good
But still
crowd
a
on
historic
hand,
stadium.
Caleb. It's been over 100,000 fans and over 100,000 strong for every single one of these first 5 games of the homestand, as Ohio State in the Scarlet will come out. Rutgers in the all-white looking to defend. They will look to pinch the A-gaps with their big defensive linemen. And Ohio State will have it on the left hash in the single back formation. Fleming motions up in tight to the right. Snap to Stroud. Fakes. Looks. Scans the secondary. Rolling to his right. Pocket collapsing. Throws back in the end zone. Harrison leaps. And he caught it. Marvin Harrison, a leaping, two-handed, two-footed catch, and he gets both those cleats down to the back of the end zone for a 1-yard touchdown. There is a flag on the play. We'll see what it is.
It will probably be pass interference against Rutgers, but the way that they waved that off when they were talking about it, it could go against the offense. I'm going to put my bet.
Yeah. So it's going to be illegal touching on Marvin Harrison Jr. as the referee said he was out of bounds on that gray paint of the back of the end zone, then came back in. So it's going to be incomplete. So second down.
That was designed to be a Stroud rollout to the right. Harrison was lined up on his left, and as he was trying to make that progression coming across on the in route, he was not able to get through all the traffic of Rutgers, forced out of bounds, had to come back in, and maybe he got just a foot out and didn't realize it, but yeah, that's the call.
Second down and 1, second down goal to go. I formation, Stroud under center, right behind Whippler. The fullback is Rossi, the running back Williams. Snap to Stroud, handing off Williams, bulldozing his way over the goal line and in for his second touchdown of the day.
And an extra little bit of flair there from Williams, who took a look back after he hit-sticked one of the Rutgers defensemen. That was Elijah Mack. Tensions are getting hot here.
13-7, Ohio State leading back-to-back scores with 4:05 remaining in quarter number 1. Noah Ruggles, the North Carolina transfer, set up between the hashes. Holding for him is Mirko. Snapping for him is Bradley Robinson. Snap back, ball down. Ruggles with a right-footed kick, and he splits the uprights. 14-7, OSU extending their lead with 4 minutes, 5 seconds left in this opening quarter. Mayan Williams, touchdown number 2 on the day, and we still have a lot of football left to be played. We'll step aside on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. You're listening to the official student radio home of Ohio State Athletics.
No, Excel, I don't want you.
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
Fucking Excel. Well, you went over to there and accidentally hit it. That's why I did it.
Okay, we'll do a station ID. How's the play-by-play?
Fantastic.
Cool.
A lot of detail.
Appreciate it. All right, here we go. Thank you. Tyler Danburg, Caleb Spinner back with you on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio TV. Glad you're with us. Mayan Williams so far, the storyline for Ohio State's offense after the defense has set up a couple of Buckeye possessions. Williams has been able to punch in both of them.
Yeah, and though that last drive resulted in a rushing touchdown, I still would say that at least started to get enough of the passing focus that I was looking at when you talked about what I wanted to see for that second drive. They were able to mix the receivers in. That was going to be a Marvin Harrison touchdown. It was set up to be, but then they went back to old reliable Mayan Williams. So look for those receivers to get more into this game as we go along. Certainly that's the focus of Ryan Day.
Also a milestone to watch, Mayan Williams currently has 39 yards on the ground. He comes into this game needing 120 to get to that career 1,000 yards mark. As the Buckeyes lead the Scarlet Knights 14-7 with 4 minutes and change left in the first quarter. So Rutgers comes out wearing the all-white. Ohio State in those silver bulleted helmets, the scarlet jerseys, white numbers, and silver pants. They'll kick it from right to left with Jaden Fielding. Aaron Cruikshank with his heels on the goal line on the right side of the field awaiting the return. Cruikshank is second among all college players right now in career kick return yardage. The Buckeyes special teamers swinging their arms from right to left. Fielding boots it with the right leg. Cruikshank watches it sail over his helmet, and it will roll into the end zone for a touchback, and Rutgers offense will come back out. So we've seen quarterback by committee for Rutgers. We've seen Noah Vedral, we've seen Evan Simon, and Johnny Langen also being the Wildcat quarterback, but Langen, the tight end, has also thrown the ball. He had a 43-yard touchdown a couple weeks ago against Wagner. And it will be Vedral as the quarterback on 1st and 10 on the left hash from their own 25. 2 receivers left, 1 receiver right. Snap to Vedral. Hand off to the tight end Langen, but then keeping it is Vedral, barreled down at the 30, spun away from a defender, and gets an extra yard for a pickup of 6 just inside the right hash. 2nd and 4 coming up with under 4 minutes remaining, and Tanner McAllister, the safety for Ohio State, is down on the seat of his pants.
Yeah, he was one of those 2 Buckeye defenders that closed in on Vedral in almost a scissor formation, coming in from both sides and crushing the quarterback Vedral. It looked like he may have made contact with his Buckeye teammate as they were closing in for the hit, and that's why he's down, but admittedly we didn't get a good look at it up here.
McAllister had an interception last week against Wisconsin on the Badgers' first drive of the game. At Oklahoma State in 4 years, Caleb, McAllister only had 1 interception in 49 games played.
Yeah, and that was the 2nd straight game where Ohio State had a turnover after not recording 1 in the first 2 weeks against Notre Dame and Arkansas State, respectively. So he was certainly a big part of that defensive unit getting that stat that they were looking for.
He also covered a lot of ground, breaking up a would-be Wisconsin touchdown. And a couple days after, midway through the week, safety Josh Proctor said that Tanner McAllister's breakup on that pass was one of the best plays he's ever seen live.
Well, I would agree with that statement. He covered a lot of ground, similar to when LeBron blocked Iguodala off the backboard. Just incredible tracking ability, and to put your hand in the perfect position. If he moves that an inch to the left or right in either direction, up or down, whatever it is, he doesn't make that play, but he puts it exactly where he needed to break that up.
So McAllister walks off to the near sideline where Ohio State's bench is. Rutgers breaks out of the huddle. They'll have it on the 30-yard line of their own on the right hash. Evan Simon back in at quarterback in the naked pistol set. 2 receivers left, single tight end right in Johnny Langen. Buckeyes have 4 down linemen. The running back Monangai is in motion to the left of the backfield. Langen now is on a wing to the right. Handoff to the running back Brown, running up the right guard, and he'll get up the right hash across the 35-yard line for the Rutgers first down with under 3.5 to play in the first quarter.
and that was a power run right up the middle. No consideration for whoever was in front of him. Just lower the head and run it through. A great power run from Rutgers to get a good chunk of yardage.
Samuel Brown picks up the first as Rutgers has the ball on their own 37-yard line on the right hash, trailing 14-7. Tackle was made by Tommy Eichenberg, who's already had over 5 tackles early on. Rutgers breaks the huddle. They'll have 2 receivers to the left, 2 tight ends set. 2 in the backfield with Simon, the quarterback, flanked to his right by Brown, the freshman. Snap to his left, fakes it, throws on the right numbers of the 40, caught by Langen, pushing his way across the 45 where he's a yard shy of midfield and will get the first down for a gain of 12. Johnny Langen, pass, catch, and run, and he's tackled finally by Denzel Burke.
Yeah, he's one of those versatile players who can do whatever you ask him to do and do it well, nevertheless. He is somebody that Ohio State has to keep their eye on if they want to continue to hold this lead.
Rutgers looks to the left sideline where they get the play. They'll huddle around on their own 40-yard line. They have it with a running clock on their own right hash at the Rutgers 48. In the shotgun is Simon. They'll have trips to the left. No receivers to the right. Brown is the back operating out of the gun. They'll give it to Brown on the halfback draw, and he's rushed hard and brought down at the line of scrimmage and then tackled 3 yards behind the line at the 45 of RU. JT Tuimoloau on the stop for the Bucks with under 2 minutes remaining in quarter number 1. Still 14-7 Ohio State.
That's one name that we haven't said in a long time, and I don't remember saying it all season if we're being quite honest here. But certainly one of those guys who can make big plays, who you expect to make big plays, and who can be a huge part of this Buckeye defense if he starts to get in here.
He's a big run stopper, and he's got 4 of 6 tackles now in the season behind the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 12, 4 wide receivers, 2 by 2, bell tie snap. Simon looks, fires right sideline, complete to his receiver, Matt Alaimo, the senior tight end. He'll pick up a few at the 49 of Ohio State. It's 3rd and 7. Crowd starting to get fired up. The bell ringing. Zach Harrison checks in for Ohio State, in for Teron Vincent. Rutgers looks to the left sideline. They get the play. Clock running, under a minute left in the first quarter. 14-7, Ohio State leading Rutgers. Scarlet Knights with the ball on the Ohio State 49 on the right hash. They need 7 yards to get to the line to gain on 3rd down. 2 receivers left, single receiver right. Alaimo in motion on a wing to the right. Snap to Simon, steps up, and he's sacked. He loses the football. It's going to be on the right numbers, a scrum for the football at midfield.
That's Ohio
State has it. Picking it up, Mike Hull Jr.
Well, it was perfect. He was the one who was hyping the crowd, telling him to get loud, and he's the one who makes the play that brings up that audio level. You're taking a look at it. We are, at least on the Jumbotron. It's a brilliant move from Evan Simon to move up in the pocket. He loses it. No doubt that Ohio State was going to recover this fumble with the 3 Scarlet jerseys around there compared to 0 for the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. And that was just a perfect play on defense, exactly what you dialed up if you're Ryan Day. And the
defense, that's Keontae Hamilton, who's back into the game after being injured on the previous Ohio State offensive drive. And the Buckeyes are going to get an extra 10 yards with 20 seconds remaining in the first quarter.
It was a good fake. They brought Egbuka out to the left and looked like it was going to be a pass to him, but then delayed handoff to Mayan Williams, who came around the right side. Both options deadly either way. Rutgers picked their poison and they chose wrong.
1st and 10, Ohio State. Ball on the right hash at the Rutgers 31. 1st and 10, Stroud to the pistol. Henderson behind him. And before Stroud was able to get a snap off, penalty markers are down and a false start is going to be on the way.
False start. Offense, number 74.
Jumping early was the left guard, Donovan Jackson. And just after Ohio State picked up 10 yards on the hold by Rutgers, they'll lose 5 on the false start.
Yeah, that was tough, and you've got to have communication here. You can't ask for the stadium to get loud and then not be able to hear yourselves. It's what they train for in practice, pumping in fake crowd noise to make sure that they know how to communicate when things get loud. No excuse for that.
And so Ohio State will let the clock that was stopped at 3 seconds left run out. We have played one on this cloudy 65-degree day in Columbus. Ohio State third in the country, 14, Rutgers 7 on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. We'll be back for quarter number 2 and a lot of football left to be played on the official student radio network of OSU Athletics. After an eventful first quarter, Ohio State leads Rutgers with the ball, 14-7. Welcome back, everybody. Tyler Danburg alongside Caleb Spinner. And we saw a lot in that first quarter. A muffed punt, an onside kick attempt from Rutgers, a forced fumble by defensive end for the Buckeyes, Zach Harrison, and 188 combined yards of offense. A lot to digest there, partner.
Yeah, a great start in terms of offense for both teams, putting up almost 200 in the first quarter of play in this game. We knew it was going to be offense heavy, though we didn't know this much, because as we've talked about numerous times throughout today's broadcast, Rutgers comes in with one of the best running defenses in the country, certainly one of the best in the Big Ten. That's an easy statement to say, no argument there. But to see how much offense we've had, particularly in the running game for Ohio State, with Mayan Williams already 2 touchdowns. He's responsible for at least 12 of the Buckeyes' 14 points. Noah Ruggles parted for the other 2. But this was just incredible rushing performance so far through this first quarter.
Marvin Harrison Jr. also set up first and goal on a 14-yard jet sweep run. So here comes Ohio State. They'll now go from left to right after they switch. Ohio State and Rutgers, they switch sides, and the Buckeyes now go from left to right. Rutgers from right to left. Ohio State comes out on 1st and 15 in the pistol set. They have twins to the left, twins to the right, and completion to make it 2nd and 15.
And you could tell as soon as that ball came out of Stroud's hands, he didn't like it. He knew he let it go too early. Led Marvin Harrison a bit too far outside the reach of his fingertips, and he wanted that one back as soon as he let it go.
That'll bring up 2nd and 15. Cade Stover back into the game for OSU. He'll be lined up as a receiver to the right of the slot man on the right of the formation in Julian Fleming. 4 wide for the Buckeyes. Snap to Stroud, flanked to his left by Williams, gets the snap, throws downfield, caught at the 10 by Fleming, down the 5, and he's into the end zone for an Ohio State touchdown. Julian Fleming with his 4th touchdown catch of the season on just his 8th grab on the year. 20-7 Ohio State.
We've been waiting for the receivers to join this touchdown party, and there it is from Julian Fleming, a guy who's been silent almost all year so far, finally making some noise.
Noah Ruggles to try the point after. Emeka will be the holder. Robinson to snap yet again.
Going to be easy with him now with the wind to his back.
Ball is back, ball is down. Ruggles knocks it through. He's 3 of 3 and now has his 30th extra point on the season to lead the country. 21-7, Ohio State extending their lead with 14:51 to play in the second quarter. Drive was completed on a pass from C.J. Stroud to Julian Fleming, capping off a 3-play, 51-yard drive.
Incredible end to that drive, especially going through the air. We've been waiting for that one play, or that series of one plays to start, with Marvin Harrison Jr. going down the field. He missed a few passes from Stroud, and then to finally set that up to Fleming. Great start.
And you look at Julian Fleming, he's been quite efficient. Half of his catches have gone for touchdowns. Jaden Fielding will kick it away from left to right for Ohio State. As Caleb pointed out on the PAT try from Ruggles, he's got the wind at his back now. And Cruikshank on the right hash at his own goal line to return for Rutgers. To his left will be Josh Youngblood. 21-7 is our score, 14:51 to play in the second quarter. Fielding runs up to the ball, swings the right leg through, sends it in the air. Fair catch signaled inside the 5 by Cruikshank, and he gathers it wearing the white long sleeves, and Rutgers will take it out from their own 25. So the Scarlet Knights scored on their opening drive, Caleb, but their last two have not been as successful. What do they try and mutter up here as they will look to try and go 75 yards up the field?
Well, they've had moderate success running the ball, especially when they go up the middle, trying to fool Ohio State into thinking they're going to pass, but maybe back off that secondary and go up the middle. But I also want to see the passing attack get a little bit more mixed into things if they can get a few completions subsequently.
Evan Simon in the shotgun to his right, the running back in for the first time today. That is Al-Shady Salam. They try and dump it off to Salam on the right flat, and it's incomplete out of his outstretched arms. Second down and 10 coming up, so there you go, Caleb. Rutgers expanding the passing game, but getting an incompletion.
Yeah, that pass was low to the feet of the receiver. You got to get it up to the hands if you're going to try the passing game. Otherwise, it's not going to fool Ohio State. You can show pass all you want, but if you're not getting success, Ohio State's not going to shift over to cover it.
Kai Stokes was in coverage there, the freshman from Sefner, Florida, has 3 tackles over his last 2 games, and perhaps he's seeing some more playing time after Tanner McAllister went down on that previous Rutgers drive. It's second down and 10, ball in the near left hash at Rutgers zone 25. Snap to Simon, drops back, fires to the left numbers, caught at the 30 by Cruikshank, looks to turn and take it to the 31, where he's wrapped up by Lathan Ransom, the safety, a couple yards shy of the line to gain.
Yeah, that's how that passing attack should look.
Third down and 4. Rutgers gains 6 there. Ransom with his first tackle of the ball game. And here comes the crowd, over 100,000 on hand in a sea of scarlet, whether that be for the Scarlet and Gray of Ohio State or the Scarlet and White of Rutgers. RU has it on their own 31. Third and 4 with 14 minutes remaining. 3 receivers right, single receiver left. Simon gets the snap, throws the right sideline, and it's over the outstretched arms of the cornerback Denzel Burke, who knocks it away. There is a flag, though, on the far side of the field.
This should be defensive pass interference on number 10, Denzel Burke. Had hands in there too early.
But first an offsides was called on JT Tuimoloau, and that will allow Rutgers to get the first down. They needed 4, they get 5 on the penalty. 13:55 to play in this second quarter, 21-7, Ohio State leading, and an unforced error there on Tuimoloau.
And another instance where Ohio State is giving advantages to Rutgers, setting them up not quite as good as the muff punt did on the Ohio State 16-yard line, but still giving yards, which they shouldn't.
Rutgers first and 10, new set of downs, moving from right to left. The running back, Al-Shady Salam, motions to the right of Simon. 2 receivers right, shotgun snap, handoff to Salam. He gets tripped up across the 45 of Rutgers zone, and he'll get to the 48-yard line for a 12-yard gain and a new set of downs as Ronnie Hickman wrapped him up.
And that's a dangerous run if Hickman isn't able to get a hand on the shoe of Salam there. He had daylight if he's able to get past Ohio State 14, Ronnie Hickman. But of course, unfortunately for him, Hickman, one of the best in the country at that position.
He had 11 tackles against Rutgers in the Buckeyes win last year in Piscataway. It's first and 10 with under 13.5 to play in quarter number 2. First and 10 Rutgers, ball in the near left hash on their own 47. 2 receivers flanked out to the right, 2 tight end set. Shotgun snap to Simon, feeds it to Brown, bouncing off the center. He'll angle his way up the left hash at midfield, where Tui Molowau makes the waist-high stop. Picking up 3 is Samuel Brown V, the true freshman, and that'll bring up 2nd and 7 for Rutgers.
And the substitution here for Rutgers as Kyle Manangai will come in. Yes, him too. But coming in here, you're starting to see Rutgers bring in personnel, switching it up so Ohio State doesn't get used to anything.
RU breaks the huddle. 2 receivers right, 2 to the left. In the slot left is the tight end Alaimo. He'll motion behind Simon, who fakes the handoff to him, throws it off in the left flat to Manangai, and he has nowhere to go on the left numbers. As making the stop is Steele Chambers, a tackle for a loss for the big linebacker, true sophomore, and it's 3rd and 14.
Mike Hall currently down on the field holding his left leg down by the knee. He's going to get looked at by the training staff, but that's exactly what that pass coverage should look like, being able to get helmets to the ball as soon as possible and shut it down. So yes, goes as a reception, but unable to get anything done with it.
So Mike Hall is down. On the day, he's already got a fumble recovery. He missed the game against Toledo with a shoulder injury, and now he's got help on both his sides from the Ohio State training staff as he walks off on his own power, but he's guided by those 2 trainers. And Mike Hall Jr. has had a huge season. Came into this game with 5 tackles for a loss. That's good for top 25 in the country among defensive players.
Yeah, he was fantastic, especially in that Notre Dame game. Starting off the year, we didn't have his name circled coming into the season, and then we certainly did every game after that. He's one of those guys who goes under your radar until he makes the big plays, and then you wonder why you've never heard of him.
So it's 12 minutes and change left in the first half. 21-7, Ohio State leading. But Rutgers so far with their longest drive of the game. They currently have taken 3 minutes and 40 seconds off the clock. And for Rutgers, they're down by a pair of scores, but if they can be efficient and try and score here, this could be a drive worthwhile and taking time.
And unfortunately, though, for them, that 340 is not always of their doing. It should have been a 3 and out a few times this drive, but Ohio State, with penalties, has shot themselves in the foot, and they've just continued to let this drive prolong. They are the reason that Rutgers is still on the field right now, at least for this drive.
Scarlet Knights have totaled 69 yards. Ohio State with 168. 105 of those yards have been in the air and 63 on the ground. Rutgers, they've been almost an even split, 35 passing yards and 34 yards rushing on the ground. And something the Scarlet Knights do really well is balance the touches. They spread the wealth a lot. 12 different players have carried the ball this year. 14 have caught a pass, and 3, now 4 with Noah Vedral today, have thrown a pass as well. And that really does a lot for an offense in opening them up.
I'm trying to look here for an update on Tanner McAllister. Unfortunately, we don't have one, although it looks like Kai Stokes will continue to play in his stead until or when, if Tanner McAllister comes back out.
Back off the timeout, 3rd and 14, Rutgers on their own 43-yard line on the left hash. 12:04 to play, second quarter, 21-7, Ohio State leading Rutgers. Scarlet Knights on 3rd down are 1 for 4. That one was a touchdown, a 14-yard strike from Evan Simon to Sean Ryan, and Simon is out there in an empty backfield. Has 2 receivers to the left, 3 to the right. Ohio State has 4 down linemen, 2 linebackers, and 5 in the secondary. Salam motions into the backfield, gets the snap, that's Simon, throws on the right numbers, caught by Salam, cutting to the middle of the field at the 45, and he'll pick up just a few yards, getting to the 45-yard line of Rutgers zone. That's Al-Shady Salam for a catch and run of just 5, and that's not enough for the first down as Eichenberg makes the stop.
Yeah, again, Eichenberg all over the place, getting immediately to the football. Like I said, they'll let him make a completion, they'll let him get out for a bit, but then as soon as you put silver helmets on the ball, that's when you look at it defensively, whether it was a success or not.
4th and 11 Rutgers, punting units out. Adam Korzak is back at his own 31 on the right hash to punt. Emeka Egbuka on his own left hash at the 10 to receive. Long snapper is Ed Rogowski. Whips it back to Korzak. Belts a high, arching, wobbly punt now inside the 10, where Egbuka pulls it down, this time with his body in front, and he's got it at the 8. And Ohio State comes out with 10:40 to play in quarter number 2, leading by 14 points, Caleb.
But you see the adjustment that Rutgers is probably going to roll with all game long. The second that Egbuka calls for that fair catch, they have at least 3 jerseys right to him in case he muffs it again.
C.J. Stroud leads out the Ohio State offense after they scored on a pass to Julian Fleming. That was C.J. Stroud, the quarterback for Ohio State's 17th passing touchdown of the season. That is good for the most in the nation. It'll be 1st and 10 Ohio State on their own 9-yard line in the single back. The tail of the tandem is Ohio State running back Mayan Williams getting the ball, running over the right tackle at the 10. Outside the numbers of the 15, tackled on the right sideline, past the 20-yard line. Some extracurriculars after the hit that was made by Christian Braswell, the senior DB from Washington, D.C., but a good pickup for Williams to move the sticks.
Well, first you saw my frustration before you went into calling that play. I had the touchdown stop that I wanted to do on C.J. Stroud with 17, and then you beat me to it. Here I was looking for the exact number to make sure I got it right and where it was in the nation.
Quick snap to Stroud, fires over the left side, complete on the numbers of the 25-30, first down. That's Julian Fleming barreling out of bounds on that far sideline for a pitch, catch, and run of 12 with 10 minutes remaining in quarter number 2. Do you have any other good passing stats for Stroud?
It looks good now. He's got a few. So he had this last play, the play last time and before. They're starting to mix in Marvin Harrison Jr. and get him back in there to try to take attention off the running game.
2 tight ends to the left of the line, 2 receivers right. Stroud in the backfield. Williams to his left. It's going to be a pitch to him on the numbers of the 30. Outside 35-40. Out of bounds at the 41-yard line. Williams on the pitch and run for a 9.5-yard gain as Ohio State moving from left to right, leading 21-7.
And these plays aren't flashy, but they're yards, and that's what matters. If you're able to get a few of these in quick succession, that's what moves you down the field. Of course, everybody wants to see that big play on SportsCenter the next morning, the 48-yard completion, but it's these small ones that set you up for success in the long run.
Twins receivers to the right on the hashes. Single receiver left in Fleming in tight to the formation. In the pistol, Stroud hands to Williams up the left hash at the 40 of Ohio State. Moves quickly to the 43. And that looks like it could be good for the first down. And if not, it's going to be inches shy of the line to gain with under 9 minutes to play in the second quarter. And it looks like it will bring up 3rd down and inches. Buckeyes go quickly out of the single back. Williams, the tail of the tandem. Rutgers showing a blitz. Now they'll slow it down as the Buckeyes look to the right sideline. They regather, get the play. Stover is the tight end to the left. Rossi, the tight end on a wing to the right. 2 receivers split out to the right. Stroud under center, gets it from the New Jersey native Whippler. Hands it off to Williams, running between the hashes, getting the first down at Ohio State's own 45.
And it was a great use of the play clock there. Decided to slow it down with 20 seconds still left. Allows you to slow down, allows you to make sure everybody's in the right spot, and then you gotta love that 2 tight end set.
And another tight end is in now in G. Scott Jr. He'll be lined up to the left tackle in Paris Johnson, and now a motion to the right of DeJuan Jones. Naked pistol set, 1st and 10 between the hashes. Stroud turns, fakes the handoff, sets on his left. He's pressured, flushed right, throws it to Scott, and he makes his first collegiate catch across the 45 at the 48 of OSU's own. He'll pick up 4, but there is a possible penalty marker down on the right sideline, and 4 referees will reconvene with 7:53 left in the second quarter. But good for Ohio State to see Scott being utilized in the passing game.
And someone else who can add to the depth on this team, not knowing who to prepare for. Of course, you know the names of Rossi and Stover, but then here's another one you have to prepare for as we get ready to head to a field to hear what this is.
Number 88 went out of bounds, returned inbound, was the first to touch the ball.
Second illegal touching on Ohio State today. Marvin Harrison got called for one in the back of the end zone on the first drive of the game, and now Scott is going to have his first collegiate catch waved off. So it's 2nd down and 10, Ohio State. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right, 4 wide in both Twins formations, including Mitch Rossi, who will be lined up as a receiver. Behind him is Emeka Egbuka, and then on the right side, numbers at the 45 of Ohio State's own, Cade Stover and Marvin Harrison Jr. Stroud in the shotgun, Williams in the backfield to his left, gets the snap shoulder high, throws across the middle on the slant. Stover had it in his hands, and then knocked away by Christian Isian with 7.5 to play in the second quarter, and it'll bring up 3rd down and 10.
And you hear the boos there. Ohio State wanted a pass interference. I'm going to get another look at this on the Jumbotron just to confirm how I feel about this. But it was a good route to Stover. He was coming across, and just better defense from Rutgers, at least at the moment. That's tight. That's close, but I would side with the no call there. Of course, reaching over the back is where you'd get that flag potentially.
3rd down and 10, Ohio State up 21-7. C.J. Stroud at the 45, walking up to the line, back out. Whippler from Montvale, New Jersey, the center. Whips it back to Stroud, looks to throw over the left side, caught after the juggle by Egbuka, and falling down to the turf. They say that he did not corral it on the second effort. And Ohio State will bring out the punting unit for the first time in this game.
Yeah, he was coming down with it, lost it. You saw it even go behind his legs. It looked like he was going to sit on it when he came down to the turf. That was an easy no call on the completion.
So that'll bring up 4th and 10, Ohio State between the hashes. Bradley Robinson will long snap it to Jesse Mirko, the Fremantle Australian native who set up at his own 30. To return will be Aaron Cruikshank, who set up inside his own 10. Mirko gets the snap, waist high, belts it with the right foot near the left hash of Rutgers. Fair catch signaled by Cruikshank, corrals it shoulder high, and Rutgers will have it at their own 9-yard line. Good punt for Jesse Mirko, who grew up about 36 hours away from a fellow Australian native, Rutgers punter Adam Korzak.
And now we can officially say that both Australians have made it into the game today. That was one of the stories coming into it. Of course, it's very rare to get a player, especially out of the United States, playing football here, but also to have 2 from the same country on the same field, albeit separated by that massive distance.
21-7, Ohio State leading Rutgers. 7:17 to play in the second quarter. Talking about the 2 punters, Mirko and Korzak, who happen to be 2 of the best in the Big Ten. They both hail from the same country, but they do have some different outlooks on food, and you know a little bit more about that.
Yeah, of course, you're referencing our discussion at Big Ten Media Days, in which I asked Adam Korzak about what Jesse Mirko said at the media availability before that. Mirko said the best thing about America food-wise was macaroni and cheese, which I personally disagree with. But of course, when we were at Big Ten Media Days in Indianapolis, I had to ask Korzak if he shared the same opinion. He looked at me like I had 3 heads and said, I have no idea why Mirko would answer that. He is nuts.
Well, there you have it.
And speaking of nuts, both Brudi, I don't know how you say it, on the field right now. The original design from back when this stadium, well, almost when this stadium was open. Of course, not 100 years ago exactly, but the old rendition and the new design of Brutus getting acquainted in the south end zone.
Now, the old design of Brutus is almost a brown papier-mâché Buckeye nut, and then the legs are only clothed in khakis. So a mixture of old and new with the 2 mascots in this 100th anniversary celebration of Ohio Stadium. This isn't the exact 100th anniversary. That was October 7th, 1922, in which Ohio State beat Ohio Wesleyan by a barn burner score of 5-0. Already we've seen a lot more than a 5-0 margin, as Ohio State, the 3rd-ranked team in the country, leading Rutgers in the second quarter 21-7, but nonetheless a great celebration for one of college football's cathedrals.
Yeah, and if only they had opened this stadium in 1923, then by the way the calendar rolls, we'd be celebrating on a Saturday, the day exactly in that 2023 year, being Saturday is going to be next year on October 7th. So we could have gotten directly on it, a game day directly on that, but instead we'll just have to celebrate the 101st anniversary of the stadium next year.
So back off the timeout, Rutgers will have 1st and 10, setting up shop on their own left hash at the 9-yard line of the Scarlet Knights. Rutgers hasn't scored since their opening drive. It'll be 1st and 10 with Heels on his own 3-yard line as the quarterback, Evan Simon. Manangai, the running back, motions to his right. 4 wide for Rutgers. Handoff over the left tackle, and it will be a keeper instead for Simon, and he's going nowhere. Right back at the line of scrimmage, and Tommy Eichenberg with another tackle. 2nd down and 10.
Designed to flash the handoff and then keep it himself. It looked like there was a bit of a snag in that fake handoff. Allowed Simon to keep it for longer than he wanted to, or rather on the way Manangai kept it longer than he wanted to. The quarterback, Evan, wanted to get it out and roll out to his right, but it was unable to do so.
Tommy Eichenberg now has his 5th tackle already, with still 6:40 and ticking in the second quarter. Buckeyes up by 14 points. 1st and 10, Rutgers. Ball on their own 8-yard line. Simon in the shotgun. To his left is Manangai. Flips to his right. Bell tie snap to Simon. Scans the secondary. Completes it, and no, he tried to throw the left sideline, and it's off the hands of his intended target, the tight end in Matt Alaimo, and it's 3rd down and 10 upcoming.
That was going to be a tough catch even without the defense all over him. He tried to high point it to where the receiver would have to go up and grab it at the peak of his jump, but unfortunately he put it a bit higher in terms of the Scarlet Knights fans who wanted that ball just a bit lower.
4 wide for Rutgers on their own left hash, on their own 8. It's 3rd and 10. In now is the quarterback, Noah Vedral. 2 receivers right, 2 receivers left. Play clock down to 5. Barking signals is Vedral. Now down to 3, now down to 2, now down to 1. And Vedral is going to look to the right sideline. And Rutgers has to take a timeout, but first a delay of game before Greg Schiano could call TO. That's going to put it back on their own 3-yard line. Rutgers is going to get pinned. It's going to be 3rd and 15 from their own 3.
Yeah, to quote Pepper Brooks, interesting strategy, Cotton, to let that go there. Now, perhaps Schiano was looking for an official near him so he could call the timeout and avoid the penalty, or he just decided to keep it. He does have 6.5 minutes-ish left in this half. So perhaps he just wanted to take the penalty and save his timeouts.
Listen to this Ohio State crowd as Rutgers, down by 14, faces 3rd and 15 inside their own left hash from their own 3.
Officials having a conference here between the 5 and 10-yard lines.
So the crowd dies down before they pick back up yet again.
Timeout on the play. Penalty will be enforced, 3rd down.
So Rutgers will not be able to take timeout. Instead, that delay of game puts them back inside their own left hash on their own 3. Simon, the quarterback, is going to be backed up in the scarlet painted end zone. Flanked to his left is Manangai. 3 receivers right, 1 receiver left. Buckeyes in a 4-2-5 defense. Snap to Simon, running over the right tackle. Shut down at the 5. With the stop is Tommy Eichenberg as he looks to the student section and fires up the crowd. 4th and 13 with 6 minutes to play in the second.
If we had a Buckeye nut for every time we've said Tommy Eichenberg's name, we'd have a whole tree at this point. He has been all over the field, causing havoc, especially in the backfield for the Scarlet Knights.
Korzak 9 yards deep in his own end zone to pump for Rutgers. Egbuka on his own left hash at midfield, set to return. Snap back, Korzak with the rugby-style kick, shuffles and boots it away. It hits a backspin bounce inside the Rutgers 40, and Korzak's only going to get about 38 yards on the punt. Great field positioning yet again for Ohio State, leading 21-7 with 5:36 to play in the first half.
Though admittedly, he couldn't do anything about that bounce. That's just how the new turf is for Ohio Stadium. Historic stadium, new turf to play on.
Of course, talking about that new turf, for those not familiar, installed this offseason for the first time after 8 years. and it was a much-needed makeover for the turf at Ohio State, and that turf has been huge today in a game where we've seen some on and off rain showers on an overcast day. About 60 degrees at game time. And now both teams with a timeout here, Caleb. 5:36 to go, second quarter. Ohio State another golden opportunity to try and pad the stats and pad the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. You've been phenomenal on defense if you're Ohio State, holding Rutgers to those 7 points after scoring on their first drive and then nothing since. Not only is that a testament to how much more disciplined you've gotten between that first muffed punt and now, but also it shows how much your offense has been able to do getting those touchdowns. Now you're going to want to watch the bad taste out of your mouth from the three and out, but this is a good chance to get that going and get even more momentum riding into halftime.
Ohio State came into this game with the top total offense in the country, but a big reason as to why they have that number one spot in the nation, their offensive line, one that has limited opponents to just 10 tackles for losses this year, 2 quarterback sacks, and they haven't allowed a sack, Caleb, in 3 weeks.
Yeah, and that's a testament to how good that offensive line has been. It's fantastic to mention that stat. Of course, the quarterback is thanking his offensive line for that. And that's a big testament to why you're able to have success on offense, is not letting your quarterback get rushed or get brought down.
So coming out of the timeout, number 3, Ohio State leading Rutgers 21-7, 5:36 to play, second quarter. First and 10 Buckeyes from the Rutgers 39, where C.J. Stroud comes out. He's 8 of 13 for 116 yards and a touchdown. Leading the way on the ground, Mayan Williams with 10 carries for 74 yards and 2 scores. No Travion Henderson yet. Hasn't gotten the ball. He's had some injuries over the last couple of weeks, but he was active coming into this game, and now Ohio State will bring in a 2-receiver look to the right of the formation. 2 tight ends set. Stroud in the gun on the left hash at the 39 of Rutgers. Williams to his right, gets the pitch over the right tackle, bursts through the line to the 35-30. Outside the numbers where he's brought down at the 25-yard line. Mayan Williams, a first down gain of 14.
Great decision to go with the run there heavily, gets them deeper into Rutgers territory. Of course, starting off in there on the other side of the 40 due to the buff punt.
From the 25 on the right hash of Rutgers, first and 10 Ohio State. Stroud bouncing up and down, looks to the right sideline, gets the play. 2 receivers to the right boundary. Single receiver left, Julian Fleming, play clock under 15, and Stroud now looks back to his center, Whippler. Has Williams 3 yards behind him. Stover's the tight end on the wing to the right. Stroud keeps, fires, front right corner of the end zone for Harrison, backing up, and it's off the backside of the defensive back in Christian Isian for an incompletion, and it's second and 10 from the Rutgers 25-yard line.
Another good no pass interference call there. Just had his back to the ball and stuck his hand up. It almost hit off his helmet even, so not even any move that the defender made, just by the fact of him being in front of Harrison on that pass, broke it up. You can't call DPI on that.
Back in the pistol set, twins to the right, single receiver left. That's the flanker and Harrison Jr. Screen pass to the right outside the numbers, hauled in by Fleming to the 25-20, and he's barreled down out of bounds inside the 20-yard line. Julian Fleming on the pop, pass, catch, and run for 5.
Ohio State tried that hidden screen before, and it didn't work out as well as it did there. Able to get a good chunky yardage, put him deeper in the territory.
3rd and 5, a 2-by-2 wide receiver set. Stroud in the gun, operating with Williams, the sidecar to his right. Points out his protections, looks back to get the play. Rutgers down by 14 with the clock running under 4.5 minutes to play. They have 4 down linemen, 3 linebackers, and 4 in the secondary. Press coverage for RU. Stover's the tight end to the right of the formation. And a timeout is taken by Ryan Day for Ohio State as the play clock stopped at 3 seconds left. Some miscommunication there along the Buckeye sideline.
And you got 3, might as well use it. You've got a skosh over 4 minutes to go in the half. You can't take them with you into the second. You'll get 3 new ones, so might as well use it.
We'll pause for station identification on the official student radio home of Ohio State Athletics, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. 4 minutes, 8 seconds left on the second quarter clock to our right on that big scoreboard above the horseshoe end of Ohio Stadium, celebrating its century-long celebration. 21-7, Ohio State leading, and the Buckeyes are driving, but they face a 3rd and medium with 5 yards to the sticks inside the red zone, which is something where Ohio State has really excelled this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly converting a lot more than they're not here at Ohio State. 20 of 20, perfect there in the red zone, 18 touchdowns total, and a lot of those coming from C.J. Stroud by way of the air.
So is this a 3rd down and manageable where you can run the ball with Mayan Williams, or is this more so a let's get the first down in the air type of situation for Ohio State?
If I'm Coach Ryan Day, it doesn't matter to me. I've had success on both instances, passing and throwing, or passing and running, excuse me. Passing and throwing are the same thing. I've got a 14-point lead over an opponent who hasn't scored since their opening drive, and a lot of that was partially because of a big mistake that I had. I'm doing whatever I want to, taking any risks I want to, because frankly, Rutgers hasn't shown me that they're dangerous anymore.
So 4 minutes and change to go in the first half, 21-7, Ohio State leading. Tyler Danburg and Caleb Spinner with you on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and SGSR TV. We've got Kole Emplit and Joey Feerer joining us for the halftime show. But first, we've got the final 4 minutes left in what's been a very exciting half, especially that first quarter, too.
Yeah, it's been offense heavy. It's been fantastic to see Ohio State coming out, not having any drop in production since they came in from Wisconsin and dazzled their first Big Ten opponent of the year. Now playing their second here, about to go on the road to play their third next week. But this has not been any drop in talent that Ohio State had going back to their last weekend matchup.
Both teams out of the timeout. Ohio State will have it on the right hash at the Rutgers 20-yard line. 3rd and 5 as Williams motions out of the backfield. He'll be the farther left receiver alongside Fleming, who's in the slot left, and Stover, the tight end, in tight to the formation to the left. 2 receivers right. Empty backfield for Stroud. 4 down linemen for Rutgers. Stroud with the ball in his hands, looks right, fires, caught high with a leaping catch at the 15 on the white painted numbers by Marvin Harrison Jr. That'll be right on the first down marker, and the referees are going to come together around the 25 to see if Harrison broke that first down line to gain. But first, an offsides is called, and no need to worry. We'll see the sticks being moved regardless with 4:02 to go in this second quarter. So the chain gain moves up 5 more yards. It'll be 1st and 10 from the Rutgers 15. Ball on the right hash.
Now you're starting to see Tibittle move into their halftime positions for their Shrek show.
Offset I formation. Stroud gets the snap under center, rolls back, lobs it to the right corner of the end zone, over the outstretched arms of the diving tight end Rossi. Wanted the pass interference. Does not get it.
One of the officials has his cap off. 2 of them do.
2 do. Those are the 2 back judges, but no call there. We might have seen a flag, but instead it were the 2 black hats of the referees. 3:38 to go, and now we do get the pass interference. That one will be called on Deion Jennings, the linebacker, who had 2 tackles for a loss and 10 stops against Iowa. Back-to-back penalties on the RU defense. 1st and goal, Ohio State.
Well, you knew we were going to get a penalty. It's very rare that you would throw your hat. Usually it's what happens when the penalty happens and you don't have your flag. So it'd be very rare to get both the flags and the hats picked up.
Buckeyes up by 14. Stover in motion. Handoff Williams over the left guard inside the 5 to the 3, where Williams will be stopped short of the goal line. 2nd down, and inside 2 yards to go for the Buckeyes. G. Scott Jr. also lined up as a receiver there, looking to try and get still his first collegiate catch.
Officially his first, but then going back to the one where he stepped out of bounds, yes. So maybe that also helps his confidence. Maybe since he's already caught it, it'll help him be extra risky for it.
2nd and 1. The give goes to Williams, trying to plow through the right side of the line, and he'll lose a half yard where he's stopped by Elijah Mack, the Rutgers safety. 3rd and 3. Facing here are the Ohio State Buckeyes with under 2:45 remaining in the first half, and Ohio State looking to try and increase their 21-7 lead.
Yeah, Mayan Williams went over to the right, and so did everybody else. The whole line shifted over with him, and he had nowhere to go.
So it's 3rd and 3, Ohio State, empty backfield for Stroud. From the 4-yard line on the right hash, 3 receivers left, 2 receivers right in tight to the formation. The slot man to the left is Egbuka. Stroud gets the snap, shoulder high, deep drop back, pressure coming, turns to his left at his own 20, tries to spin away from a defender, looks to run to the 15, and he gets stopped all the way around the 14-yard line on the left sideline by a pair of Rutgers defenders with 2:07 to play and the clock is stopped.
That was a rollout designed to go to Cade Stover from C.J. Stroud. Unfortunately for C.J. Stroud, Stover was hung up on the defense, and this may be what we get the flag for.
Offensive hold on Christian Braswell in the secondary for an automatic first down. So the Rutgers miscue there resets the downs for Ohio State. 21-7, they lead with 2:07 to go in the first half, in the I formation coming out from inside the 3 on the right hash. Stroud under center, right behind Whippler. The fullback is Rossi. Tailback is Williams. Stroud fakes the handoff to Williams, rolling at the 10, at the 5, tucks the ball, dives to the right pylon, and he's going to be short of the goal line. But C.J. Stroud there, Caleb, using his legs to extend the play, and he'll pick up a couple.
Yeah, he tried to do it himself, came up a few yards shy, though not for lack of trying. He tried to reach out across the pylon, but about 2 or 3 inches short. It'll bring up second down.
And it will be a loss of a yard where Rutgers was able to stop him. So now Rossi will be the tight end to the left. Stover is going to be an extra lineman to the left of the left tackle, Johnson. Here's the snap, the spin, handoff. Williams bouncing over the right side, plowing his way to the right pylon. No signal yet, and he's going to be a half yard shy of the end zone. 3rd down and way short coming up. This is going to be a 3rd and inches situation on 3rd and goal, but first an injured Rutgers Scarlet Knight to our right at the 5-yard line with 1:40.
Look at it on the Jumbotron here. Coming across, diving, and knocks it out.
And maybe that line judge along the right sideline, partner, called Williams out before he extended for the pylon because his right cleat did tightrope that gray paint along the right sideline. So could he have been out of bounds before he made that extension?
Not by that look, because his left arm where he knocked over the pylon was still clearly in. A foot hadn't come down. He was diving at that point. A foot had not come down out of bounds to signal him down, and that left arm knocks over the pylon before any part of his body actually hits down. He's still called in the air as long as there's a part of him in the field of play, and that was the part that knocked over the pylon. This should be a touchdown.
There's an injured Rutgers Scarlet Knight. The big 6'8" right tackle, quieting the crowd. Single back formation for Ohio State, leading 21-7 with 1:45 left in the second quarter. Trips receivers to the left. Now they motion Egbuka as the single receiver left. And timeout is whistled down. Rutgers calls for TO, their second timeout taken. They've got 1 left. They didn't see something that they were expecting from Ohio State, and they'll get things reorganized when we come back on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. 21-7, Ohio State leading. 3rd and short on 3rd and goal coming up when we return on SGSR. of the first half on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Ohio State leading 21-7. They've got the ball inside the Rutgers 1-yard line. 3rd and goal from the 1. Stroud in the single back. Tail of the tandem is Williams. 3 tight ends set. Single flanker left in Egbuka. Stroud's going to keep it. He rushes behind the center, up the middle. No signal yet. There's a scrum at the goal line. Still awaiting the call. At the bottom of the pile is Stroud. Rutgers is saying he did not get in. Still awaiting the word. And Stroud is short. Clock running under a minute and a half. 4th and inches from inside the 1. The Ohio State crowd getting fired up. Ryan Day along the right sideline, the head coach, looking like he's going to keep his offensive unit out there for the final minute on 4th down.
Yeah, and indeed he should. You're up 14 points. Rutgers hasn't scored since their opening drive, and that was largely part of what you did for them with that muff punt. Now, did unintentionally, but there's no pressure on getting this right. Just go ahead and take it.
And now the long 2 minutes and final 2 minutes of this first half get even longer as Ohio State now takes a timeout as the number 3 Buckeyes are leading the Rutgers Scarlet Knights 21-7. It's been a long final couple of minutes here in this half, but it's also been a long drive for Ohio State, one that they started on the Rutgers 39 with.
And here may be why they're taking the timeout to talk this over, because you see Noah Ruggles and Jesse Mirko warming up for a field goal potentially. Now, to me, this is clear. I don't need a timeout to just tell you call a run up the middle, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. In high school, we used to call it power right 88, just up the middle between the B gap. But out here, I'm not sure what it's called. Just put Mayan Williams up the middle.
Williams is in. He'll be stacked behind the fullback Rossi and C.J. Stroud, who's under center on 4th down and goal from the 1 of Rutgers. 51 seconds left. Bringing the heat is Rutgers with 6 on the line. And now Schiano, the head coach for Rutgers, takes timeout.
Does anybody have any left? Because I guarantee we'll see that Ohio State last one.
2 timeouts left for Ohio State, but none left for Rutgers. Greg Schiano calls timeout. In his second stint with the Scarlet Knights, he had previously spent a decade there as the head coach from 2001 to 2011. Then he went to the NFL for a couple years, including a head coaching stint with the Dolphins. Then he came to Ohio State, spent a couple years there as the defensive coordinator, and then he's back in Piscataway with the Rutgers. So some Ohio State connections with Schiano as he sends his Scarlet Knights defensive unit back out there. And Ohio State comes out with a 3 tight end set, single back formation, single receiver right in Egbuka. Stroud under center behind Whippler. Williams is 4 yards behind him. Stroud feeds it to Williams, and he'll waltz into the right side of the end zone for his 3rd rushing touchdown today. And the Buckeyes take a 27-7 lead with 48 seconds left in the first half.
All those timeouts building up to what we inevitably knew was going to be the play call. Give it to Mayan. Feed the hungry man. Coming right around.
Ruggles back at his own 14 to strike a 21-yard point after try. Drives the right leg through the ball, and he hits it perfectly. 28-7, Ohio State extending the lead with 48 seconds to play still in this first half. And as for Mayan Williams, he's now got his 5th touchdown in his last 2 games, and he's got 6 on the season. And Caleb, he's nearing that career 1,000-yard mark. He's got 91 yards today on 15 carries. He came into this matchup needing 120.
Yeah, he'll get that today. It's fair to say it. I don't call it a hot take because the way he's been producing today, you we have a whole other half to play. Yeah, he'll get that today.
Still a lot of football left to be played on this cloudy 60-degree fall afternoon. Happy October, everybody, from all of us at Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Tyler Danburg, Caleb Spinner with you for the final 48 seconds left in this first half. Kole Emplit and Joey Feerer will join us for the halftime report.
October, the best month of the year with the best holiday of all of them.
That it is. I think Field Yates summed it up best with all the different sports going on. Meanwhile, Jaden Fielding sends a wobbly kick from the goal line on the right side, fielded by Cruikshank running towards the middle of the field at the 10. Between the hashes at the 20, leads with his head across to the 21-yard line, where he will pick up 21 yards on the return with 42 seconds left now in the first half, and Xavier Johnson made the stop.
Coach Day is furiously arguing with the official about something. We saw 2 players down by that 50-yard line where he is, and he is adamant. Body language says it all. Though we don't have a mic down there, we can tell exactly what he is talking about.
And it looked like it was the senior offensive lineman, David Wagugu, that was trying to jaw at an Ohio State player, but it's 1st and 10 Rutgers between the hashes on their own 21-yard line. Shotgun snap to Simon, plants it into the belly of the running back Brown, the freshman running right outside the hash marks to the 29-yard line. An 8-yard gain for the true freshman out of Philadelphia. 30 seconds left, clock running. Rutgers looking to try and get a couple more plays off.
This should be a conservative drive. Nothing coming out here for Rutgers.
2 receivers left. Simon claps for it, hands it off left tackle for Brown, breaks a tackle of the 30, inside the numbers, now outside of the 35, weaving his way to the 36 is Samuel Brown. 13 seconds left after the first down pickup. Clock stops, and Rutgers gets the first down and 10 as J.K. Johnson brings him down. And Rutgers comes back out of the huddle. They'll have 2 wideouts to the right boundary. On the short side, no receivers. 2 tight ends set. Simons with a high snap. He gives it off to Brown, running again between the hashes, still on his feet, now tackled as 000s hit the scoreboard to our right. Brown picks up none. Tackle made by Hickman. And after 1 half of play, it's number 3 Ohio State 28, Rutgers 7.
Yeah, great half for Ohio State's offense. Rutgers put up 7 at the start off a muff punt that put them deep in Ohio State territory, but then was silent since then. This is exactly the half you wanted if you're the Buckeyes, and not at all the half you wanted if you're the Scarlet Knights.
Rutgers, they were the first to score. They led it 7-0, but then 28 unanswered points from the Buckeyes. 3rd in the country is their ranking. That's how we shape up and ship out as we head to halftime. Ohio State marching band ready to take the field. Kole Emplit and Joey Feerer ready to take the mic when we come back for the halftime report on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. After 2 quarters of work, still 2 to go. It's number 3 Ohio State 28, Rutgers 7 on the Barrio Tacos Student Radio Network of Ohio State Athletics.
And welcome back in to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio for the halftime show presented by Barrio Tacos. If you're now just tuning in, the number 3 Ohio State Buckeyes leads the visiting Rutgers Scarlet Knights 28-7. And after a first drive where we saw Ohio State, Egbuka with a muffed punt for Rutgers to score, Ohio State's been all offense ever since, going 4 for 4 in the red zone, and they really haven't looked back. They have not let Rutgers back into this game in one bit.
No, they have not. And Rutgers started out with a touchdown of their own, going up 7-0, and a lot of shock was in the stadium around, and everybody felt Ohio State kind of did not expect to go down 7-0 to Rutgers, and then they just kind of took over from there. Ohio State, since then, Mayan Williams, 3 touchdowns of his own. He's been exceptional, 15 attempts on 91 yards and 3 touchdowns, so they've really taken it over on their running game.
I think you nailed it exactly. Mayan Williams, 15 attempts, 91 yards on the ground, and 3 touchdowns. He's nearing that 4-touchdown mark. The last Buckeye to score 4 touchdowns in a game, J.K. Dobbins versus Michigan in 2019. Some elite company for Mayan Williams to be a part of, and he's got a lot of touches today because running back Travion Henderson is out for today. He was listed as a game-time decision right before kickoff, and with him out, Williams is getting the bulk of those carries today, Joey. Yeah,
he is, and he's been exceptional on the running game. He's used his tackles well, been going right, back to his left, and has been very elusive and tough for these Rutgers defenders to take down. His 5'9" build, but he's got such a bigger build than that. He's so physical, and he's got a lot of stocky to him, so he's been impressive.
And in comparison to some other games, specifically that Wisconsin game last week, it was a more dominant Ohio State showing. They had 28 points in that first half before eventually putting Wisconsin behind. But for Ohio State so far, they're up 3 touchdowns, but it's a more slow approach. Not that really getting some fast-paced action, but they're managing their drives. They're being effective so far in the red zone, still 100% on the day.
Yeah, they definitely are. Towards the end of that half, it was not as easy as it was to get in the red zone, maybe as previous drives before. Took them about a couple minutes to kind of finally punch that in after a couple attempts. But Ohio State, besides them on the ground, they've been good on the receiving end. Julian Fleming's got a touchdown pass. He's been good. Marvin Harrison's been getting involved as well. So just a very, typical outing from Ohio State offensively, putting up 28 points in the first half. Nothing new from them.
And talking about getting their wide receivers in action, like you talked about, Julian Fleming leads all Buckeyes today with 4 receptions, 451 yards, and that 1 lone touchdown throughout the air. But C.J. Stroud has found 5 receivers on the day, and he's targeted 7, with G. Scott, Mitch Ross being targeted, unable to bring it in. But just talking about sharing the wealth a little bit, C.J. Stroud's really going through his reads. He's only 10 for 16, 127 yards and a touchdown today, but he's at 149.8% QB rating right now, and he's being able to find his receivers when he can.
Yeah, and that just goes back to how good Ohio State's offensive line is, and part of the reason and a big reason of why C.J. Stroud is so successful is his ability to get blocked, and his offensive line does a great job of not allowing any sacks to come his way or him being any of that danger. So he's just been able to pick and kind of find his receivers with ease.
Yeah, talking about that offensive line, second in the country in least tackles for loss. So they're definitely being able to protect C.J. Stroud and company right now in that backfield. And we talked about having a nice balanced attack, and that's exactly what we've seen from so far from Ohio State. C.J. Stroud only throwing 6 passes, 127 yards to the air, but Mayan Williams, Marvin Harrison have made up for 104 rushing yards on the day as well. It's that balanced offense we talked about. You have to get that run game going. Once they did, they really didn't look back against that Rutgers defense.
No, they didn't look back. They ran Rutgers 104-52 on the run game. And that's just how good Ohio State's been, obviously offensively, putting up 28 points. But, besides that, touchdown early on with Rutgers, making it 7-0. As you can see, the boos around for Ohio State as I see Michigan flags here. That's where the boos are coming from. But back to the point, Rutgers, them scoring early on, it just really switched from there. Ohio State took over and has put their foot on this game.
Yeah, and the crowd applause around the horseshoe today as they're doing a Shrek halftime show. But let's get back to that Rutgers first touchdown of the day. Ohio State forced a 3-and-out for Rutgers' first drive. They ended up punting Egbuka, trying to catch it, calling the fair catch overneath his head. And this one, he muffed it. Rutgers had a great 1st and 20 opportunity, and were able to convert a beautiful pass from Evan Simon into the back end of the end zone. He was able to find Sean Ryan there, who beat Denzel Burke on that one, and ever since then, Rutgers has not been able to get going. Evan Simon, on the day, 6 for 9, 32 yards, hasn't been able to get much going. We saw Noah Vigil get some action, but only for a couple rushes. What do you really want to see out of Rutgers to, kind of get some momentum back from that first drive and see if they can pick up some yardage here?
I'd like them to, good point. I'd like them to go to the air more. Obviously, Evan Simon's only 6 for 9, only throwing 9 attempts, but they've been successful more through the air than they have been on the ground game. Ohio State's just been attacking that ball. All 11 players are getting to the ball at the end of that play. So Rutgers are going to have to be better through the air, and you got to look for guys like Aaron Krushank.
Yeah, talking about Aaron Krushank, only 1 reception so far for 6 yards. It's just they haven't been able to get him open. He's been targeted before, but Ohio State's defense has been really locked down so far, not letting the Rutgers receivers get any inch of air. Johnny Lang leads all receivers right now, 2 catches for 17 yards, but that's much credit, like we talked about, to that Ohio State defense, which is still led by Tommy Eichenberg and Steele Chambers. They have 7 tackles each. Tommy Eichenberg's first tackle of the day marked the 100th career mark for him as a Buckeye. He also has half a tackle for loss. What have you liked about this Ohio State defense and the pressure that they've been bringing to Rutgers so far? Yeah,
like I mentioned earlier, they got all 11 guys attacking that ball. As soon as the ball gets handed off to usually Munningai, they are on top of him. That's just the front 4 for Ohio State. Mike Hall's been impressive with his fumble recovery. Ohio State creating some turnovers as well, and that's led them to score and capitalize on those offensive chances. So they've just been very exceptional and very astounding, I'd put it.
Yeah, you talked about that. Around the end of the first quarter, Zach Harrison, he had Evan Simon in the backfield for a sack, and OSU's Mike Hall recovered it in their own territory to set him up for another touchdown for Julian Fleming. It's just been the definition of Ohio State defense has been showing up, and they've been giving great yardage and great field position for this Ohio State offense to keep going.
Well, and it goes back to their depth of guys like Travion Henderson out. The game time decision did not play, and so you guys like Mayan Williams just ready to step into that role and have his team up 4 scores, and largely due to him with 3 touchdowns in the first half.
And we knew Greg Schiano wasn't going to come in the horseshoe and not have some tricks up his sleeve. We saw that as Rutgers scored their first touchdown. They immediately elected for the onside kick, recovered by Jaden Ballard around the 45-yard line, which set Ohio State up with beautiful field position. Can we expect something in the second half? We only saw that one play. Can we expect Greg Schiano to pull something else out of his sleeves?
Well, I think depending on the time of the game of where he did it, up a score, he felt that, hey, we can maybe get this team kind of lacking mentally, and we can try to get this onside kick. Maybe wasn't the best, decision. Betting Ohio State went down the field in a couple plays and scored, but for stuff like that in the second half, you don't really expect to see it, but you never know. They've had a couple end arounds, reverse plays where the receiver tends to throw it to the quarterback, so that could happen again. Try to get this defense moving from left to right, but down 28-7, you got to kind of figure out how do we get this first score.
And Ohio State, who will receive the kickoff, as Rutgers won the coin toss but actually elected to receive first. But noticing today so far, Rutgers has had Ohio State in terms of possession over just 2.5 minutes more than the Buckeyes today, but yet only 90 total yards to show for it. Once again, credits that Ohio State defense, and credits them almost just 14 minutes. They've been able to put up 28 points. Just speaks to that elite volume. What we talked about earlier in pregame, Joey, is that Ohio State has the number 3 offense in the country for a reason, 48.5 points per game.
Yeah, they're just going to continue to play it the way they know how to. A little slow start offensively for Ryan Day in this offense, but we know who's calling the plays. Head coach Ryan Day's an offensive mastermind. He's a brilliant offensive mind, and he's going to have his team putting 30-plus points every week. You saw that last week against a tough Wisconsin defense, who's been better in the past, but still a good team. This year, putting up 52 points, and now against a struggling Rutgers team, putting up 28 points in the first half just doesn't seem anything new to this Ohio State team.
Now, we talked about C.J. Stroud, only 16 passes through the air for that 1 touchdown to Julian Fleming. What do you kind of expect from him, and what do you think Ryan Day wants to go in this more second half? Do you want to see his star quarterback getting some more reps, some more throws, or do you still think they're going to stick to the run game as they've done so well all game and just kind of keep pounding the rock on the ground?
I think that's your best bet, and obviously how good they are offensively through the air goes without saying, but the way they have been this game has been on the ground. Mayan Williams has just been unbelievable, and I'd like to see more of these Ohio State backs getting involved.
Yeah, talking about getting some more back. We saw it a couple weeks ago. Dallin Hayden, the true freshman, he had a big game against Toledo, and especially with Travion Henderson out now, why not give him the moment in this second half? And we also talked about that pregame as well, talking about going down that depth chart a little bit. It won't be too likely now if Ohio State continues to put the points on before we see sophomore Kyle McCord get some action as well.
And that's the thing. I think a couple more drives out of C.J. Stroud, and you're going to call it a day from him. You got bigger things to worry about, especially down the line of how big some of these games are coming up for the Buckeyes. But you'd like to see a good start from Ohio State to start this first half, where then Kyle McCord can take over and kind of lead the team throughout this second half.
You know how Ohio State band's on the field right now singing Script Ohio. About 5 minutes left here during the halftime break. For Joey Feerer, I'm Kole Emplit. We'll have Caleb Spinner and Tyler Danburg bring in the second half starting within 5 minutes. Stay tuned here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio.
Second half action set to get underway here at Ohio Stadium between the Buckeyes and the Scarlet Knights. Ohio State 28, Rutgers 7. Here on SGSR and SGSR TV, alongside Tyler Danburg, I'm Caleb Spinner. Wherever you're listening, however you're listening, we thank you for tuning in to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. We know you have plenty of selections to enjoy your Ohio State football, and we are proud to be your option for this Saturday. 15 minutes here in the third quarter, getting ready to start. Ohio State a 21-point lead. They will receive the second half kickoff after deferring and letting the Rutgers Scarlet Knights start off on offense. But Tyler, quickly before we get to this kickoff, what are some thoughts that you have about the first half?
Well, Ohio State, it was all about Mayan Williams and the 3 touchdowns. Could have an historic second half. And then for Rutgers, they were getting some good looks, some good drives, but not able to complete them.
Some strange formations working with Rutgers. It looked like they were using an audio spectrum up the sideline, or up the line there on the 25 when they were kicking off, so that's going to draw a flag. So they'll re-kick from 5 yards further back. And speaking of back, Emeka Egbuka, one of the 3 Buckeyes set to receive this kick. Of course, he muffed the punt at the start, and that's why Rutgers has 7. Set them up on the Ohio State 16, and they were able to capitalize off that. Here is the opening kickoff for Rutgers, booted at the 30-yard line. Back and touching down just inside the 11-yard line before rolling out of bounds. And this will go as another penalty.
Kickoff out of bounds. Kicking team. Ball placed at the 40-yard line.
Jude McAtamney, the kickoff starter, had a 3-hopping kick that bounced just inside the 1-yard line and out of bounds, not able to clear the goal line, so that'll allow Ohio State to get great field positioning after that kickoff out of bounds.
So now here comes the Ohio State offense. They have a 21-point lead, 28-7, as we get ready to get underway here in this third quarter. Of course, we had the kickoff, but no time used on that as the kick was not returned. So we still sit at the full 15 minutes. 2 receivers out to the left for C.J. Stroud. The lone back on his hip is Mayan Williams. He's got another option to pitch it to. It's Julian Fleming on his right. Back in shotgun. Takes the snap. Looking to throw. It's picked off. First pick of the game for C.J. Stroud. Down the field, it was number 2, Avery Young, for the Rutgers Scarlet Knights, and not how Ohio State wanted to start.
Stroud forces it into triple coverage right down the field. Young, who was back in coverage, the safety who was cushioned, then he steps up, takes a couple steps in front, leaps and makes that interception for Stroud's second pick on the year.
Rare mistake for C.J. Stroud. He's usually perfect, like you said. Second interception of the year, through this now being the 5th game of the season. And now we'll see Rutgers come out, led by their quarterback, Evan Simon, who has been switching in reps with Noah Vidral. And this has been something to watch as those two, their relationship through this game. Bunch formation, a few tight ends over to the right side of the line. 2 options out to the left. Spread are the wide receivers. It's going to be a handoff up the middle and brought down towards the right side of the field at about the 45-yard line. Rutgers will get a few yards on the pickup.
That was Al Shady Salam getting the carry. Had some room on that right side. Now, Rutgers, their offensive line, a lot of different transfers up front. How that makes for chemistry, well, that's been a question mark all throughout the season.
Salam's right side run good for 3 yards. Rutgers getting the call from their sideline here, moving left to right on offense. White from top to bottom, helmet, jersey, pants, and shoes. Meanwhile, Ohio State wearing their home scarlet uniforms, scarlet jerseys with silver top and bottom, and white and red shoes. Back to pass is Simon. He's looking over to his left. It's caught. Fantastic start to the game for Rutgers. They have been fantastic on offense. It's Sean Ryan who made the play on the near side, and Rutgers is moving.
Simon lobbed it to Ryan, going one-on-one with Denzel Burke, and the throw was to the left of Ryan, who was inside Burke, who was on his right. So Ryan was able to turn to his left and make that catch going in one-on-one.
Two big plays for Rutgers, one arguably better than the second. And now Rutgers is knocking on the door of the Buckeye red zone here at the 30-yard line on the left hash. Two receivers spread out to the right on the strong side of the field. It's going to be a handoff up the middle and just across to the 20-yard line. So Rutgers once again getting a few minimal yardage gains, but keeping their momentum going.
And they're rotating around their running back still. This time it's Samuel Brown, the fifth. They do have Aaron Young, the junior, who was the backup last year, back in the lineup, but he hasn't gotten a carry yet after missing the first games due to injury.
8-yard pickup for Brown, the fifth. Go bring up 2nd and 2. 12:48 to go in this third quarter. Ohio State leading Rutgers 28-7 here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Rutgers breaks the huddle, immediately going to snap this ball. Two receivers spread out to the right. Again, far side of the field is where we'll line up on the left hash. It's a handoff again to Brown, the fifth. Up the middle, over to the right, and touchdown right before the 15-yard line. Safely in the Buckeye red zone there. A good pickup on 2nd down.
The linebacker Tommy Eichenberg showed blitz that allowed Brown to get a little bit of a hole on that right side of the field, but wasn't able to break fully free. Just got a couple there.
Moderate gain on the run from Samuel Brown, the fifth. He's had those back-to-back runs over the last two plays for Rutgers. Brings up a new set of downs. 1st and 10 with 12:02 and counting down here in the third quarter. Two receivers out wide to the left, another one in tight off the left side of the line. It's a handoff up the middle, and now bouncing out over to the left, trying to get the edge. He can't get there. Going to be a loss of 1 for Rutgers. It'll bring up 2nd and 11.
The two linebackers, Cody Simon and Steele Chambers, conjoined on the stop there. Kyle Monangai, the leading back, got the ball. Simon initially cut him down, and then Chambers with an authoritative shoulder-high tackle on that left sideline.
As previously said, 2nd down, but it's 12, a loss of 2 rather than 1, as previously mentioned. In come a few Buckeye substitutions, one of which is Zach Harrison, the Ohio State end, who has been getting moderately more work as we've gone through this season. Two receivers to the right for the shotgun. It's Evan Simon, one running back on his left hip. It'll get the handoff, and up the middle for a gain of about 2 is Samuel Brown, the fifth, the freshman.
And Caleb, that was a quick halfback counter give. So what happens there? Brown goes to his right, then cuts back out to his left. Tommy Eichenberg on that left edge, able to snuff it out.
10:44 to go before the final quarter of play here at Ohio Stadium. Crowd on their feet getting loud. 3rd down and 10. You can hear the bell ringing, signaling a crucial down for the Buckeye defense. Rutgers breaks the huddle. They'll meet the Buckeyes, who are bringing 4 on the defensive line. Two receivers out to the right, one to the left for Evan Simon under center. Looking, he's pressured, hit as he throws. It's going to be incomplete, significantly out of bounds, and drilled was Evan Simon in the backfield. Brings up 4th down.
Ohio State blitzed 7 there, and Steele Chambers was able to hit the quarterback, Simon, just after Simon released the ball, but nonetheless, the pressure was able to force it out of bounds.
4th and 10, and here comes the field goal unit, led by Jude Makatami. He's going to try to put this one through from the 25-yard line. A little over 35 yards on the attempt. Snap is back, hold is good, and the kick is also good, just the same as the snap. So Rutgers puts up 3. They now have a total of 10, trailing Ohio State by 18. 28-10 is our score with 10:12 to go in the third quarter. We're going to step aside here on SGSR and SGSR TV. Don't go anywhere. More Ohio State action coming up. back inside Ohio Stadium here for the Buckeyes and the Scarlet Knights, squaring off on this unofficial 100th anniversary of the founding of Ohio Stadium back in 1922. 10-12 to go in the third quarter. 28-10 is the Ohio State lead. Rutgers had to settle for a field goal after coming up short in the red zone on a 4th and 10. Kick is back and fielded about the 13-yard line. And that's where Ohio State will set up shop. Now their first drive, they started off with the ball here in this second half, and C.J. Stroud, very first play of the drive, threw a pick. So that's something that Ohio State's going to want to bounce back from.
And C.J. Stroud, 10 of 17 for 127 yards and a touchdown to go with that interception that you just mentioned. So this is going to be something that he's going to really want to improve on, those numbers, and improving in the passing attack, because that's something that they're going to really want to get going to pad the lead.
Ohio State is going to get some penalty yards to move this up. It was against number 28 of the kicking team, Rutgers. Looked to be ineligible downfield. Was the call decided on that last play. Two receivers out to the right for Stroud, one to his left. The lone running back is Mayan Williams right behind him. Mayan Williams up the middle. He's got it across the block goal at the 50, 30, 20. He's going to score. Third touchdown of the day. Mayan Williams, touchdown. Touchdown number 4, I beg your pardon. The first person to do it since J.K. Dobbins back against Michigan in 2019.
And there was no doubt about this one. Caleb broke right through the middle of the line, got a high step down the middle of the field, and once he hit that scarlet painted Blocko logo at the 50, he was gone. He's now got over 1,000 career rushing yards.
I told you he was going to hit it.
That you did.
Back to tack on the PAT is Noah Ruggles. Gonna try this from a skosh above 21 yards. Snap is back, hold is down, and the kick is through and good. The Buckeyes extend their lead now to 25. It's 35-10 here at Ohio Stadium. And we'll get a penalty on the kick, but the outcome of the kick will stand. It officially bumps to 35. Scoreboard was delayed a bit with the penalty flag on the field. But Ohio State, that's exactly how you wanted to rebound, but they're continuing to cement this running game rather than the passing.
And something we talked about at the end of the first half, partner, was the running game. And a lot of that due to the offensive line. This O-line unit for Ohio State has been incredible all season long, having a lot of sack in 3 weeks. And this time, Mayan Williams had a seam right up the A-gap. So that's between the left tackle and the right tackle, all alone up the middle of that offensive line. And once Williams bursted through that hole, he got to the secondary and marched 70 yards right up the field for touchdown number 4.
Mayan Williams puts up his 4th touchdown of the day again. First Buckeye to do so since Dobbins back in 2019 against Michigan. Certainly a day he will want to remember and then build on when the Buckeyes head back up to that state of the opponent in which he put up those 4 touchdowns against back in 2019 next weekend in East Lansing for a battle against Michigan State.
And that should be another good one coming up as we trek up north as well on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. We'll be there and we'll have the coverage for that.
Coverage exactly on SGSR and SGSR TV. But looking ahead at that matchup, of course, we talked about how much Ohio State wants to disguise what they excel in that running and passing, trying to balance both. They've done so through the first 4 weeks, but now here a clear, heavy running focus. Does that concern you at all, Tyler?
I don't think it concerns me at all, because you look at the play breakdowns, Ohio State, they have had 19 plays on the ground. They've had 17 passes in the air, so there still is that balance despite the run game really being on full display this afternoon.
70-yard rushing touchdown for Mayan Williams, and that brings us into our 35-10 score here with 1 second over 10 minutes to go in the third quarter at Ohio Stadium between the Buckeyes and the Scarlet Knights.
Now, Williams has played an unbelievable career game. Travion Henderson, who has not gotten a carry yet, Caleb, he is on the sidelines in full pads. He's active, but hasn't played yet.
Possibly holding him until next weekend for that road contest against the Spartans. Fielding, ready to kick this one away. Crookshank back to receive. Kick is in the air, end over end. Fair catch called, and having to retreat back into the end zone, takes a knee for good measure to make sure the officials saw his call, and this will be a touchback.
Hey, Aaron Crookshank wasn't sure what he was going to do there. He made the fair catch signal, realized that he was at the goal line and in the Scarlet painted end zone, realized he had to take a knee. Otherwise, it would have been fair game to hit him.
And of course, you do not want to get hit, especially by this Ohio State defense, who has been stellar all game long. They did allow the field goal in that last drive. We'll see how they respond as Rutgers is going to come out and try to cut this lead. It currently sits at 25 points. Two receivers out to the left, one in tight and the slot now motion. Lone man in the backfield for Evan Simon. Passes complete over to his left, just shy of the 35-yard line. It'll be a decent pickup of 9.
Quick pitch and catch from Simon to Crookshank, and we're seeing Simon be a lot more patient in the pocket. He's looking upfield instead of checking it down, seeing a little bit more of a confidence boost from the Rutgers quarterback.
Aaron Crookshank and Sean Ryan have been the easily two favorite targets for Evan Simon when he's under center or at least behind center. A lot of shotgun snaps for Rutgers today. Four-man front for the Buckeyes as Rutgers comes up to meet them. Two receivers out either direction. One in tight on the right side. Lone backfield and up the middle, it's Simon Brown, the fifth, who is stumbling ahead for a gain of 4. Give him 5 yards on the last push.
And Brown's getting those yards after contact. He got hit around the line of scrimmage and then just kept those legs churning before Josh Proctor was finally able to bring him down.
Ball marked at the 39-yard line in Rutgers territory. It'll be 2nd and 6 for Rutgers. 8:44 and ticking down to go in this third quarter. The Buckeyes lead by 25, 35-10 is your score here from Ohio Stadium. 3 tight ends set for Rutgers, 2 on one side to the left and 1 on the other, and a receiver spread out in either direction, left and right. It's going to be a handoff, though, to the lone running back. Good for a first down is the run from Samuel Brown, the fifth.
And Brown continues to get a lot of that volume despite a 4 to 5 Rutgers running back rotation. Brown, as a true freshman, keeps getting a lot of carries.
Gain of 6 brings up 1st and 10 for the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. Good enough to move the chains. 8:04, clock continuing to wind down here in the third quarter. Ohio State 35-10 over Rutgers in their second conference game of the season. 2 receivers and a tight end out to the right. Nobody lined up to receive on the left side for Evan Simon. It was going to be a handoff. He decided to pull it. No, got it to his running back and tackled out of bounds. That was Al-Shady Salam, who went out of that far sideline. They're going to give him a gain of 1.
He had an opening to the left, did Salam, but Steele Chambers, the linebacker, slides to his right and closes in on him and is able to stop him for a gain of nothing on what looked like a play that could easily have picked up a first down.
2nd and 10 for Rutgers, 7:15 and counting down here in the third quarter. Salam and Samuel Brown, the fifth, have been 2 heavy favorites for Evan Simon here in the rushing game. 2 receivers out to the right for Simon, no one out to the left, but there is a tight end in close formation on that left side. Lone backfield is Samuel Brown Jr., Samuel Brown the fifth, rather, who's going to get the snap, and good for 8 around that far sideline. 2 yards shy of picking up a new set of downs. It brings up 3rd and 2.
And there's on the stop, Javante, Jean-Baptiste, and John Proctor. And Proctor, a guy who has started to really return to form, Caleb, said he's starting to feel like himself, especially after that Wisconsin game.
The quarterback, Evan Simon, comes out. Noah Vidral comes in. We'll see what he's able to do on 3rd and short here inside Ohio State territory. Ball marked at the 46-yard line of Ohio State. 6:19. It was a bubbled snap, Wildcat formation to the running back. Getting a number on that, it was 21. That's Johnny Langan, who does not look like he got enough for the first down. It looks to be a yard shy.
Well, it was a low snap. Langan was expecting that Wildcat type snap to be high so he could quickly grab it and run it, designed to his right or his left, and Ohio State was able to jump all over it, stop Langan, who never was brought down, but he was just on his feet for so long, and now we're going to see a 4th and short, and that's a good call by Rutgers. You're down by multiple scores. You might as well go for it inside Ohio State territory.
Ohio State faithful on their feet, all 6 digits of them here at Ohio Stadium. Lone backfield in a single set, and it is not good for the first. Kyle Manangai unable to get through, and the Buckeyes come up big. Turnover on downs.
They motioned Langan, who was the designed Wildcat quarterback, out to the left. He was the offset fullback, and taking it to the right there was Manangai, and Ohio State was able to read it along that right edge. That was well defended and well sealed by Ohio State's linebacker Cody Simon, who has started this second half with a bang.
We'll step aside for this media timeout here. Ohio State's defense comes up big. They lead Rutgers by 25 here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Brad Robinson bringing us in there, the long snapper on that radio spot as we welcome you back to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Alongside Tyler Danburg, I'm Caleb Spinner. 35-10 is where our score sits in favor of the home team, Scarlet and Gray, Ohio State Buckeyes, with 5:26 to go in the third quarter here from Ohio Stadium. Ball lined up on the 46-yard line of the Buckeyes. Ohio State back on offense for the third time this half. C.J. Stroud, a receiver out to each side, 2 tight ends lined up, 1 to each side of the field. He looks to his right, pass caught from Egbuka right about the 50-yard line. It would be a gain of 5, and indeed that's where the officials are marking it.
Egbuka had to go way up high to rein it back in. That was above his silver helmet, and he was able to keep it reeled in for the catch.
Lined up on the right hash, it'll bring up 2nd and 5, 5:05 ticking down. Ball directly at the 50-yard line exact. Marvin Harrison Jr. out to the right for Stroud, who's under center in an I formation with a running back behind him. Signals Egbuka to come over tight to the line from that left side. It's a handoff directly from behind him to Mayan Williams. Mayan Williams dancing around, had some daylight, but Rutgers able to bring him down after about a gain of 7. It moves the chains, however. The Buckeyes, new set of downs.
Williams shook off 2 tackles there at the right hash. He almost slipped free to the right numbers, but a shoestring tackle was made, and almost freeing up there was Mayan Williams.
D-I-S couldn't quite spell disaster. Could the Buckeyes there, Mayan Williams. And we'll get some confusion here at the snap. C.J. Stroud went to go into the shotgun and now is looking over at his sideline to get clarification on the call. We have 3 receivers out to the right. It's Marvin Harrison Jr., Julian Fleming, it appears to be, and Cade Stover. Mayan Williams, the running back, he'll get the handoff from the backfield. Up for a few more. It's a gain of 7 there on the run. It should bring up 2nd and 3, depending on where they spot this.
Rutgers this time able to adjust a little bit. They've had some substitutions along that defensive line, but they were able to slide, adjust, and keep Williams at least preventing him from getting that first down.
Buckeyes on top of Rutgers, 35-10 with 3:41 to go in the third quarter. Shotgun for C.J. Stroud. He's got Mayan Williams lined up directly behind him. Marvin Harrison Jr., the lone receiver, out to the left. 3 options, including a tight end, out to the right of Stroud. Stroud goes under center, calls something to Whippler, and now retreats back to the shotgun. Signals Stover to come across the line from right to left, far to near side. It's Mayan Williams who's going to get the handoff around the left side. Spins away, cuts back right, up the middle, across the 30-yard line, stumbles across the 25-yard line. They'll mark him down before it at the the 26.
Williams creates space, switches fields, but how about that block on the numbers at the 30 by C.J. Stroud? He realizes Williams now switches directions, goes to the right, and Stroud gives Williams a couple extra yards on that lead block and a first down.
Emeka Egbuka, one of the few receivers in for Ohio State. 2 receivers out to the left. It's Marvin Harrison Jr. and Emeka Egbuka in that order, going from far to near side on the left side of the line. 2 tight ends in. It's Stover and Rossi on the right side with Mayan Williams behind C.J. Stroud, who's taking a minute, looking over at his sideline to make sure he has the right call. Now lines up in the shotgun, takes a look back to Mayan Williams. Claps for the snap from Whippler. Turns, looking to his left, throwing, wide open. Emeka Egbuka at the 10, dances just inside. He gets down to the 7. Ohio State deep in the Rutgers red zone.
That's what they call a rub route when Egbuka, the receiver, makes that short crossing run to the left side, and he's able to get a couple extra yards after the catch too, which is something he does really well.
First and goal, 2:05 ticking down. Ohio State leading Rutgers 35-10. 2 receivers out to the left, 3 to the right. Nobody in the backfield except for C.J. Stroud, who is in the shotgun behind Luke Whippler, the center. Get some confusion from his sideline. Now Stroud ready to get this one underway. 1:48 as Stroud takes the snap from the shotgun. Looking over to his right now across the middle to Xavier Johnson. He overshot him, but we're going to have a flag on the field, potentially a DPI.
There was definitely some type of interference, perhaps a hold.
Coverage by Max Nelson.
We'll go to the field for clarification.
Defense, number 16.
And it is a hold against Rutgers. That's number 16, Max Melton. Half the distance to the goal. It's still first and goal, but marked at the 4-yard line. Ohio State, Stroud under center. He's got a receiver out to either side. A tight end, Rossi, out with Stover to the right. 2 tight ends, Mayan Williams in the back now blocking. Taking a look to Emeka Egbuka over on his right side, overshot him. It was an out route going towards that right side, the far side of the field, but just overshot him again. So overshot Harrison, now overshot Egbuka.
And there wasn't much Stroud could do there. It was almost improvisation on the comeback route. Egbuka, it looked like he was going out to that back right pylon, but then Stroud looked to try and throw him in and come back for it.
Three receivers out, trips formation to the right. Mayan Williams also lined up to the right, but behind the line of scrimmage with Stroud. Stroud rolling out to his right. He's pressured. He's going to throw it away, and it'll bring up 3rd and 4, 3rd and goal on the 4-yard line. And there's some action over by the Rutgers sideline that Ohio State fans do not take kindly to.
Well, there was a delayed hit along the right sideline by the defensive end, Aaron Lewis. Stroud got taken down about 2 yards to the right of the sideline. He wanted that delayed hit, but didn't get it.
Ohio State will move back. 3rd and 4, lined up on the left hash. At the 4-yard line, 3rd and goal. 1:26 to go here in the 3rd quarter. It's 3rd and goal from the 4-yard line for Ohio State. In the shotgun is Stroud. 3 receivers out, extended to the right side, the far side of the field. 2, including the tight end, Cade Stover. To the left, it's across the middle. Touchdown, Xavier Johnson. No, Marvin Harrison Jr. Marvin Harrison, another wide receiving touchdown. And it takes some focus off Mayan Williams in the running game. Ohio State scoring through the air.
That's the 6th receiving TD for Harrison this year. A quick slant over the middle from the slot right, and that extends this Ohio State lead even further.
Noah Ruggles to attempt the PAT would put this lead further out of reach. Snap is back, good hold, and the kick is up and through. Another flag on the field, but assuming it's not from Ohio State, looked to be a false start.
Offside. Defense number 6.
So the offsides will keep the outcome as it was kicked. A fair kick, good kick. 42-10 is our score. Ohio State leading by 32 with 1:22 to go in the 3rd quarter here from Ohio Stadium. Welcome back to Ohio State football on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. The Buckeyes lead the Scarlet Knights 42-10 here with 1:22 to go in the 3rd quarter. The Buckeyes scored a touchdown off a pass to Marvin Harrison Jr. That's why Fielding is getting ready to kick this one away. Crookshank back to receive this kick. And we'll get it blown dead before Fielding can make his approach.
Surprised it took us this long with the wind to finally knock the ball off the tee.
Surprising indeed that it took this long, but that's what happened. So we'll restart this kick. Ohio State starting to chant. The student section is clearing out. A lot more gray in those sections from the empty bleachers than we had at the start. Here comes fielding. Line drive kick. Fielded at the 1-yard line by Crookshank. He's going to go up across the 15, dancing around, gets up to the 20, still untouched and powered down right before the 25-yard line. They'll mark it at the 24, and that's where Rutgers will set up shop.
Xavier Johnson with yet another special teams tackle. So he hasn't really been involved too much in the passing game over the last 3 weeks, but he has been crucial, the graduate student from Cincinnati has on special teams.
Talking about the fans in attendance or lack thereof, we had 104,000 just above today, which unfortunately breaks the streak of 105,000 or more to this season, but it's still 6 digits, so Ohio State can't argue with that. 3 receivers out to the right for the quarterback for Rutgers. It appears to be Evan Simon. It was once Noah Verdral, but now it's back to Simon. Simon overthrows his receiver. Intended target was the tight end, Chris Long, or excuse me, the wide receiver, Chris Long. And a weird-looking pass on first down. It brings up 2nd and 10.
Well, it looked weird because Evan Simon had that spin around his hands, couldn't get it out cleanly.
2 receivers out to the right, 1 into the left. A tight end on the left side just off the line of scrimmage. Samuel Brown, the 5th, on the right hip or lined up to the right of Evan Simon. Back in the shotgun is Simon. Ohio State is going to bring up 4 up front, 3 linebackers, 4 DBs in the secondary. Back to pass is Simon, caught, completed to the tight end, Johnny Langan, who gets out of bounds at right about the 29-yard line. Clock will run. Not quite out of bounds, still inside the field of play. It's 3rd down. 3rd and 4 for Rutgers as we tick under a minute to go in the 3rd quarter. 48 seconds and counting down at the 30-yard line. 42-10, the Buckeye lead. Rutgers hits to the line of scrimmage in a hurry. 2 receivers out to the right, 1 to the left. Lone running back in the backfield on the left hip of Evan Simon. Buckeyes packing the line defensively. Shotgun snap, clap signals for it. Looking over to his left, hit as he throws it, picked off. Headed the other way and knocked out of bounds. Ohio State, a big play on defense. It was Steele Chambers who came up big.
Steele Chambers has had an incredible game today for Ohio State, his best in the Scarlet and Gray so far. It was tipped at the line of scrimmage, great pressure by Ohio State, and Chambers, who already had 11 tackles before that play, has his first interception of the season.
The Rutgers defense started this second half with a pick, and now Ohio State answers a few drives later with a pick of their own, courtesy of Steele Chambers.
And it was Zach Harrison who was able to tip it at the line and allow Chambers to seal the INT.
Ohio State now takes the field on the Rutgers 20-yard line, headed right to left on offense. 3 options, including Cade Stover, the tight end, out to the left for C.J. Stroud, 1 to the right. It's Marvin Harrison Jr. He looks to his right. He overshoots Marvin Harrison into the end zone. Incomplete. And Ohio State was cheering. They thought they were going to get a PI call, but they did not.
And it looks like they are. There's a penalty mark on that far side. Kashawn Abraham interfered with Marvin Harrison. Abraham in single coverage there, got beat by Harrison, but pressed on that left shoulder pad of the Buckeye receiver, and that allowed Marvin Harrison Jr. to get some separation, but he wasn't able to fully break out, and that signaled that PI call.
Julian Fleming comes out. G. Scott Jr. comes in for Ohio State, the tight end, who is making one of his first collegiate appearances. I believe still looking for that first collegiate reception after his one was called off due to a penalty. 2 to the right, 1 to the left for Stroud. Stover comes in motion from left to right. It's a handoff to Williams, who gets up through the middle for a gain of 2. It'll bring up 2nd down.
Now, Mayan Williams, Caleb, he has this reputation as that bulldozing power runner, but he's been doing a lot of cutbacks. He's had some big gains today, including that 70-yard touchdown, but there on that carry, just one of the many times today he's gotten the ball in his direction, but he's utilizing his feet to chop his feet, cut away, and switch directions, which just shows you how elusive he is as well.
Final few seconds of the third quarter tick off the clock. Entering the final 15 minutes, Ohio State leads by 32 over the Rutgers Scarlet Knights here on homecoming weekend. It's 42-10, the Buckeyes over the visitors here on 2nd and 8 when we come back. You're listening to Ohio State football on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Welcome back to Ohio State football here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Alongside Tyler Danburg, I'm Caleb Spinner. 42-10, that's where we sit between Ohio State and Rutgers into the final 15 minutes. 2nd and 8 on the Buckeyes now on the 8-yard line in the red zone. Two receivers out to the right. Two options to the left. It's the wide receiver and the tight end, Cade Stover. Julian Fleming is the receiver out to the left. Mayan Williams out to the left side of C.J. Stroud in the shotgun. He looks right. Harrison turns around and could not get through. That's the most obvious pass interference call we've seen, and it's called.
One-on-one there, Marvin Harrison. The pass was underthrown by design, and it was off his hands. He almost made that catch going up on Max Melton.
That goes against Christian Izian.
Izian and Melton were there in coverage. And Marvin Harrison, although his right hand was kept away from by the defensive back, almost came away with that catch.
Two receivers out to the right. It's Marvin Harrison Jr. and Julian Fleming. It's a handoff to Williams. Williams powering through. Touchdown, numero 5. 2-yard touchdown run, and the Buckeyes extend their lead. The first time an Ohio State running back has rushed for 5 touchdowns, or excuse me, any running back has rushed for 5 touchdowns since Keith Byers for Illinois in November 2nd, 1984.
And they still talk about that Byers 5-touchdown game against the Fighting Illini.
That looked like Noah Ruggles who put up there. It almost looked like Jake Seibert for a minute, but it was indeed Noah Ruggles who will be credited with the PAT.
And give credit to the right guard there, and Matthew Jones sealed the block, kept Rutgers from getting the Williams off the edge.
Unsportsmanlike conduct called against Paris Johnson, the left tackle for Ohio State. But it will not dampen the spirits of this Ohio State crowd after yet another touchdown This game is now significantly out of hand, but we still have 14:50 to go before we call it a game. 49-10, Ohio State leading Rutgers here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. We'll be with you in just a moment. College football here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Ohio State leads 49-10 after yet another touchdown run from Mayan Williams. It's his 5th of the day, the first running back to do so since 1984. That's where we find ourselves with 14:50 to go in this 4th quarter. Alongside Tyler Danburg, I'm Caleb Spinner. Thanks so much for joining us on SGSR, listening on SGSR TV, watching. Thank you for joining us. We will also see you next weekend on the road at Michigan State when the Buckeyes take on Sparty. And the Michigan State Spartans at kickoff at 4 o'clock. So add 15 on to each of the starting times that we've had with our pregame coverage, our countdown to kickoff, and our start of the broadcast. Fielding sends this one away. It touches down at the 30. Rutgers will decide to field across the 40 to the 45, still churning and barely get just shy of the 50-yard line down to the 49. And it's great starting field position from the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. It was Nasir Montgomery who made the return.
And it was more of that pooch kick from Fielding. The wind knocked it down a bit, switching directions. And then Montgomery with the heads-up play, read it on the bounce, and then took it for an extra 15, 20 yards to set up a solid piece of field positioning for the Scarlet Knights.
Rutgers will set up shop at the 49-yard line. 1st and 10 with 14:42 to go in this game. 2 receivers out to the right. 1 set in motion. It's Samuel Brown, the 5th, now on the right hip of Evan Simon. Handoff to Samuel Brown, the 5th, up the middle, good for 3. It'll bring up 2nd and 7.
We see Caden Curry, the true freshman, in playing that right defensive end position for Ohio State. He didn't get that stop, but Curry is a guy that a lot of Ohio State personnel are high on.
2nd and 7, 14-17 and counting down. The ball on the 48-yard line in Ohio State territory now across that block O at midfield. Ohio State going with 4 linemen up front, 3 linebackers, excuse me, and 5 DBs. Make it 2 linebackers and 5 DBs. Man in motion for Rutgers. Simon looks to his right, looking to complete the pass over his tight end, Johnny Langan. Incomplete, brings up 3rd and 7.
Langan was in motion, but he got interfered with his fellow wide receiver, Chris Long. That allowed on that bubble screen route Langan to get some separation, but Simon overshot him.
3rd and 7 with 13:49. Now clock stopped due to that incompletion. Ball at the 48-yard line. Rutgers still back in their huddle. Simon gets the call from the sideline. He relays it to his troops and then claps them away. Shotgun. One man to his right hip, two receivers out wide to the right, two in closer to the left. Shotgun snap. Simon surveying the field, rolling out to his left, fires downfield. It's going to be complete but out of bounds significantly. It'll go down as 4th and 7, and no doubt we'll see Shiano's punting unit, but we have a flag on the field.
And it could be Caden Curry on the roughing the passer.
And indeed it is roughing the passer. Oh, it'll be an automatic first down for the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. Brings this from a 4th and 7 to now a 1st and 10.
Caden Curry got his two hands up to try and deflect the pass. Then he had enough time to drop his hands down and then lead with that helmet into the shoulders of Simon. So an obvious call there for the referees.
Strong wind blowing here at Ohio Stadium. 104,000, now significantly less as we wind down this game 49-10, 13:41 and counting down. Rutgers, shotgun snap for Evan Simon. It's a handoff to Johnny Langan, who was coming in motion, brought down behind the line. Kai Stokes blew it up in the backfield.
Safety blitz there from Jim Knowles. That extra defensive back in the 4-2-5 was Stokes. He came pinching in and able to ransack Langan for a loss of 4.
Langan, one of 2 Scarlet Knights to come out. The other one is Matt Alaimo. Evan Simon remains the quarterback. We've seen him splitting reps a few times, but he has stayed in for at least a majority, if not all, of this second half. Shotgun snap, 2 running backs in the backfield, one on either hip of Evan Simon. Trips receivers out to the left, and now a man in motion going out to the right as a receiver is Samuel Brown, the 5th. Pass over to the left, complete. Dancing up the field and brought down is Chris Long, the sophomore, but there is a flag on the field, potentially an illegal formation with that motion. And indeed, it will be an illegal formation against Rutgers. Declining the penalty is Ohio State, so it'll bring up 3rd and 14 with the loss of down. Now 12:45 to go in the quarter.
Samuel Brown, who motioned out of the backfield to the right boundary, never came set as a receiver.
Rutgers subbing in personnel as the bell rings. Crucial down for Ohio State. 3rd and 14 with 12:37 counting down. Ohio State 49, Rutgers 10 here at the Ohio State 36-yard line. It's Rutgers on offense going right to left. Shotgun formation for Evan Simon. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Lone running back. He was looking for the handoff, drop back to pass, and now is having to scramble out to his left. Gets just out of bounds around the 32-yard line. It's enough to maybe get back to the line of scrimmage depending on the spot, but either way, it'll bring up 4th down.
Another great piece of pressure on that right edge by Ohio State. Simon did a great job, Caleb, recognizing that he had to go to his left. Picked up a lot of yards, but not enough.
4 receivers on the field for Evan Simon in a shotgun, 2 to either side, with the lone running back on his left hip. It's Manangai on his right hip now, moving over. Clap for the snap. Back to pass. Simon looking left. Across the middle of the field. Incomplete. Broken up by Tommy Eichenberg and company. Turnover on downs.
Eichenberg back there, and then Josh Proctor to cap it off with the pass breakup. That's Proctor's 2nd PBU in as many games. We talked about his confidence, Caleb, starting to rise. He is really feeling himself over the last 2 matchups, which is what you want to see for the 5th-year senior.
Ohio State comes up big on defense. We'll see if they can add to their lead as they switch sides of the ball, going on offense here with 11:39 to go in the game. Ohio State 49, Rutgers 10 on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, the official student radio home of Ohio State Athletics. Kyle McCord in for Ohio State. CJ Stroud's day officially is done. 49-10 the score, Ohio State over Rutgers here with 11:39 to go in the game. Brought over in motion was a receiver out to the right. It's a handoff up the middle to Williams, or to Hayden rather, Dallin Hayden. But we get 2 yards on the handoff. It brings up 2nd and 8.
And if that means Mayan Williams' day is done, 21 carries, 189 yards, and 5 touchdowns. First time, like you said, Kale, that's happened since 1984. For context, Ohio Stadium was only 62 at that time.
Built in 1922, celebrated its first game against Ohio Wesleyan. The Buckeyes won 5-0. This score considerably higher than that. 3 receivers out to the right. It's a screen pass to G. Scott Jr., and there's officially his first collegiate catch over to the right side, near side of the field. Clock will roll. They say he did not get out of bounds. It brings up 3rd and 6 for Ohio State and Kyle McCord, the quarterback.
It's been a long time coming for G. Scott Jr. in a couple years at Ohio State, 3rd-year tight end. He initially was a wide receiver, but made that switch to tight end. But he's made a lot of contributions to this offense.
Jaden Ballard, one of the receivers lined up on the left side, along with Dallin Hayden and the tight end G. Scott Jr. 2 other options to the right for McCord. He's got a lone backfield in the shotgun. Claps for the shotgun snap. Looking to his left, hit as he throws, but complete over the middle at the 40-yard line. Coming back for a moment and then trying to move up forward was G. Scott Jr., who will pick up his 2nd in a row completion and the 2nd overall of his college career. It'll bring on the punting unit, however, on a 4th and 2 with 10:01 ticking down. And we'll get a timeout for an injured player on the Rutgers side of things. It is number 22, Tyreen Powell, who is down to a knee.
He's been huge off the edge, has Powell, especially as a linebacker.
Indeed he has, but now that I say that, it looks like Wesley Bailey, who was in on the tackle, that 22 now looking like a 23, and I do believe it is indeed 23 now. PA announcer did confirm it, so it is Wesley Bailey, who is now walking over to the far sideline, Rutgers sideline, on his own power.
And how about Kyle McCord coming in? This is a really personal game for him. He's from Mount Laurel, New Jersey. He's one of 6 Ohio State players to play high school ball in Jersey, and his dad actually played at Rutgers in the late 80s and early 90s.
Fun familial connection here. You can guarantee there's going to be some smack talk in the McCord household tonight, as Ohio State on the way to coming away with a win here. 9:46 and counting down in the game. Ohio State 49, Rutgers 10 on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. It's punt formation for the Buckeyes on a 4th and 2 from their own 39. Jesse Mirko back to do the honors of booting it away with Aaron Cruikshank back to receive it. It's going to be a fake. Mirko around the near sideline, and he's hit out of bounds. It's going to be even more on the penalty as the 2 sidelines converge.
Just a gorgeous fake by Jesse Mirko, but we've got a fight breaking out on the near sideline.
Coaches and officials trying to separate the 2 teams as Mirko fooled everybody on that fake punt. You knew he was going to try something. They were going to try to get him in the game. Now it all makes sense. Hindsight is 20/20, trying to get the Australian in against someone from his own country. And flags are being thrown in bunches. We were going to need the officials to explain what happened on the field there.
And the police officers that are shining bright with their light green jackets are out on the field. We saw flags left and right being thrown, but Mirko sold that fake brilliantly. The 2 up backs blocking for him, Tommy Eichenberg and Mitch Rossi, did a great job selling that fake. But then Aaron Cruikshank, the return man, cracked out Mirko, and the ball popped free. And Mirko was probably 2 steps out of bounds before Cruikshank finally got to him.
Officials having a conference at the 35-yard line of Rutgers. We'll see what they decide here. Definitely a flag for a late hit out of bounds.
The action by number 1 is considered flagrant and is ejected from the game.
So a lot of explanation there on the scrum that took place on this near sideline between players from Ohio State and Rutgers. The big point of note, though, is that Rutgers number 1 has been ejected, and it is Aaron Cruikshank.
And that's big because he's been leading the way in terms of receiving, at least getting the target share. He's got the ball thrown in his direction about 3 times with 16 yards, but he is their leading receiver on the season, which that's a big loss for the final 9:24 of this matchup.
Unsportsmanlike conduct's called against the coaches of both teams. Those will offset, and they're the first respective of the game. It takes 2 for this to become serious. But we should be getting back underway here in just a moment. 9:24, clock is stopped, 4th and 2. Now it's going to be 1st and 10, considerably off the fake punt from Jesse Mirko. And you've got to imagine he and Corsack, we know they're friends, both from Australia, separated by 36 long, grueling hours in a car. We know they're friends. We've got to imagine there's going to be some jawing back and forth. There's maybe some bragging about how successful that fake punt was.
There could be some bragging. We talked to Mirko coming into this week on Wednesday, and he said that after last year, him and Adam Korczak, the 2 punters for both teams respectively, they did talk after the game and talked about their experiences, and so they do have a friendly relationship, and maybe there, with that friendly relationship can come some trash talking, because it's very rare where a punter can get that fake punt opportunity, and not only that, but to execute it like Mirko did.
Ohio State on top of Rutgers, 49-10. With 9:24 to go. The scoreboard has yet to adjust from the 4th and 2 on the 39. It's considerably further into Rutgers territory, though, than that number. Rutgers emerges from their huddle to meet Ohio State. Ball appears to be spotted at the 39-yard line. And indeed it is. The 39-yard line is where Ohio State will set up shop deep in Rutgers territory. 1st and 10. Kyle McCord in it, quarterback for Ohio State. 2 receivers out to his left, 1 out to his right. It's Jaden Ballard. Dallin Hayden on his right hip, the lone running back. He'll take the pitch from McCord, cuts back in towards the middle of the field, and is pushed over into the other side of that 35-yard line, down at the 33. It'll be almost enough to move the chains, shy for about 6.
And Dallin Hayden and then the left tackle, Paris Johnson, they were running stride for stride at the 40 and then the 35 for that pickup.
2nd down and 4 from the Rutgers 33. 2 receiving options out to the right for Kyle McCord. Dallin Hayden now moves up from the left hip of McCord to now directly behind him with an ISO matchup for Xavier Johnson out on the left side. It's a handoff over to the left for Dallin Hayden, and Rutgers easily gets through to it. It's going to be a loss of about 2.
That was a great job by Mayan Williams, the defensive end, to seal that gap, close in on Hayden, and stop him behind the line.
Ball now marked on the 37-yard line of Rutgers. 3rd and 8 for Ohio State, 8:13 to go in the game, 49-10. The Buckeyes on top of the Scarlet Knights. McCord takes the snap with 2 options out to his right, throws, and diving back for it was Jaden Ballard. The entire Scarlet and Gray sideline wanted a pass interference, but it looked like he just tripped over the turf monster.
And at this point, still 8 minutes left, but a 39-point margin, Caleb. The referees are going to be a little bit more lenient on those pass interference calls. And, well, you can make the argument that Kashawn Abraham definitely interfered with the intended receiver, and Ballard, it was just enough of good contact and a good, healthy fight between the two.
4th and 8 now with 8 minutes exactly to go in this game. Ball at the 37, Ohio State in punt formation. And you got to wonder, is Mirko going to fake it again? He did not. End over end. Ballard receives it and downs it at the 2-yard line. Officials will mark it at the 3, but either way, Rutgers pinned deep in their own territory. It's where they'll take over and try to cut into this lead, though there might not be enough time remaining to do so in any considerable fashion.
And if we're going to stick with the special teams, Jesse Mirko doesn't get the chance to punt often with how good Ohio State's offense is and how much they do like to go for it on 4th down when they do face those situations. But something underrated of noting is that Mirko now has 9 punts inside the 20-yard line this year. That's good for top 3 in the Big Ten Conference.
Certainly one of the best to ever punt a football. We'll take a break here. 49-10, Ohio State dominating Rutgers with 7:53 to go in this game. You're listening to Ohio State football on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. First and 10 for the Rutgers Scarlet Knights, trailing Ohio State 49-10 here with 7:53 to go before we call this a game at Ohio Stadium. Alongside Tyler Danburg, I'm Caleb Spinner. Whether you're listening to us on SGSR or watching on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio TV, thank you so much for choosing to spend your afternoon and now evening with us here for Ohio State football on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Rutgers from deep in their territory at the 30-yard line. Evan Simon is going to take this from the shotgun and power ahead. An impressive run. Gain of almost 7. They'll mark it 6 to the 9-yard line.
Simon hasn't been the design run quarterback per se, but that time he gets it in his direction and able to run it up that middle of the hash. It's usually been Vedral or even the Wildcat QB and Johnny Langen.
Brings up 2nd and 3, 7:24 and counting down. Rutgers still in their huddle. Ball spotted at the 10-yard line. Still taking their time. 32 ticks left on the play clock, so they've got a lot of time before they threaten a delay of game. And perhaps burning this clock for a little bit are the Scarlet Knights. They finally come to the line of scrimmage with 20 on the play clock. 2 receivers out to the right for Simon. 3 in a bunch formation out to the left. It's a handoff up the middle, and it's good for about 2 or 3. Either way, it'll move the chains for a first down. Rutgers at the 14-yard line.
Sonny Styles, the freshman from Pickerington, Ohio, is in for his 3rd straight game. Styles, the safety for Ohio State, son of Lorenzo Styles, who played here in the 90s. He's 17 years old, Caleb. He played at Pickerington Central, but then he reclassified, and the fact that he's doing what he's doing right now as a 17-year-old is pretty impressive.
1st and 10 with 6:32 to go in this game. Ball spotted on the 14-yard line of Rutgers. Two receivers out to the left with a tight end as well. It's a handoff over to Samuel Brown Jr. He gets the edge and is knocked out of bounds after a gain of 8 over out to the 22-yard line.
That's going to be so hard when you're a true freshman running back in a running back room of 4 to 5 capable guys that can get the carry at any given moment. But Brown has done a really good job this season and in this game, partner, in breaking out and finding ways to stick out amongst a lot of great RBs for Rutgers.
2nd and 3 as we tick under 6 minutes to go in this game. 5:56 and counting down. Ohio State 49-10. That's their lead over the Rutgers Scarlet Knights, who head to the line of scrimmage at the 21-yard line. Two receivers out wide to the left. Two tight ends set. They're both used as blockers. Now one on the right side goes out, but the Buckeyes bring down Evan Simon. Ryan Turner gets the sack for a loss.
And he came right down out of the defensive backfield to wrangle down Simon Turner, the freshman from Hollywood, Florida. A lot of freshmen making some big-time plays late in this game.
5:17 to go in the ballgame. 3rd and 9 for Rutgers at their own 15. A considerable loss when you look at where they were on the other side of their 20. 39 points separate these two teams here in the second Big Ten matchup for Ohio State here on homecoming weekend. Two receivers out to the left, one to the right for Simon. Lone backfield. Wide open spot. He chooses not to run up it, instead trying to force a pass over the middle to one of his receivers, number 14. Getting a number on him here in just a minute. It was Isaiah Washington. It's incomplete, low on the throw, and it'll bring up 4th and 9. Rutgers will punt it away. So Ohio State will get the ball back. Adam Korsak to send it over to the Buckeyes. Jaden Ballard back to receive this kick. Emeka Egbuka on the sideline. High punt, end over end. Touches down around the 45-yard line, bouncing down and rolling across the 35, beg your pardon, and down at the 33-yard line. That's where Ohio State will take over with 4:36 to go. The Buckeyes back on offense, 49-10. They're running away with things in this homecoming contest between the Buckeyes and the Scarlet Knights. You're listening to college football on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Back in a moment. Ohio State back in a hurry at their own 34-yard line. The snap handed directly from the shotgun to Dallin Hayden, who goes around the right side. Looks to be a loss of 3. It'll bring up 2nd and 12.
Devin Brown in at quarterback, the true freshman out of Draper, Utah. 3rd Ohio State QB to get a series in this matchup.
Fans headed to the exits as Ohio State has all but secured the win. 4:11 to go in the ballgame. 2nd and 12 from the Ohio State 32. Devin Brown, the 3rd-string quarterback, in getting his 2nd reps of his collegiate career. He did make it in for the Toledo ball game. He closed out for Ohio State. We'll see if he can get a touchdown here and extend this lead further. He takes the shotgun snap with two receivers out to his left, one to the right. It's a handoff up the middle, however, to Dallin Hayden, who powers his way across the 40, getting past the original line of scrimmage and 4 yards shy of the line to gain. It'll bring up 3rd and 4. Devin Brown taking a look to the sideline. Waiting his call, burning some play clock too. 3:22 ticking down, 20 on the play clock. Two-receiver set with three receivers out, or two tight ends set rather with three receivers. Handoff once again to Dallin Hayden. Out to the right side, cuts up the middle, and he had open field, except he was tripped up, but into Rutgers territory, across the midfield line and to the 45-yard line. Ohio State charging on the ground. 3 minutes to go in the ballgame.
Elijah Mack, the safety, with a touchdown-saving tackle on Dallin Hayden, who broke off a big chunk run.
Two receivers and a tight end out to the left. One lone man to the right with Dallin Hayden, the lone running back, in the backfield with Devin Brown. Hayden on the right hip of Devin Brown. In the shotgun, takes the snap. Hands off to Hayden, who goes around the left side. Good for 3 yards before he is brought down forcefully by the Rutgers defense.
You mentioned Ohio State's great offensive line. Their top starters are fantastic, no doubt about it, but they also have a couple good reserves that have appeared in all 4 games coming into this one, which is pretty impressive to take a look at.
2nd and 8 after the run from Hayden. 2:08 and counting down. Clock is running. 43-yard line of Rutgers is where the Buckeyes have it on the left hash. Dallin Hayden lined up directly behind quarterback Devin Brown. Ballard comes in tight to the line on the left side. 2 receivers out to the right. It's a handoff to the right side to Dallin Hayden. Good for 2. No gain. Back to the original line of scrimmage. It will remain third down. It will remain 3rd and 8.
And maybe we see the chance for Devin Brown to throw here. He hasn't thrown yet, but he has ran the ball in his 2 games played.
3rd and 8. 3 receivers, 2 and a tight end out to the left side. 1 ISO'd out to the right. Dallin Hayden again on the right hip of Devin Brown in the shotgun. Taking a look over to his sideline, potentially burning some clock as well. 8 ticks left on the play counter. Rutgers drops back a DB. Handoff up the middle to Dallin Hayden, and it's swallowed up right across the original line of scrimmage. They'll give him 2, but it's not enough for a first down. It'll bring up 4th and 6. And now we go under a minute of playing time, and the punting unit will come on and eat up. If they go all the way down on this play clock, we'll take a snap with about 20 seconds remaining.
And the sun is peeking out, Caleb, for the final 40 seconds. It's just over to our right after it's been cloudy all game long.
Beautiful scene here at Ohio Stadium as the fans pile to the exits. Ohio State getting ready to celebrate, continuing their undefeated season, and as well getting their 2nd game of the Big Ten. As they punt this away, Mirko sends it back deep into the end zone, trying to keep it alive for the Buckeyes, and it went into the end zone for the touchback.
Jaden Ballard leaped up high for it, and he kept it in without even stepping on that goal line. But then the easier part, Michael O'Shaughnessy, the punter who came all the way down the field, was almost able to ran it in, but his feet were on the goal line.
1st and 10 for Rutgers at their own 20. For the last 15 seconds of this game, it's going to be a win for Ohio State. This last snap or series of snaps only ceremonial at this point, as the game has been decided. Evan Steinman will trot out one more time with the Rutgers offense. He'll get maybe a playoff before the clock expires. 2 receivers to his right. 1 running back out to the left. 3 bunched in tight to his right side as well. The handoff around the right side. Knocked down with 10 seconds to go. A gain of 2. And the play clock will expire and take us out to our final score for today. 49-10. Ohio State comes in and remains undefeated, handling business easily against the Rutgers Scarlet Knights.
And it was a great day for football, a great way to celebrate the 100th anniversary of Ohio Stadium. And Ohio State, despite going down 7-0 early, they take the next 49 of 52 points off the board, largely in part due to Mayan Williams and his 5-touchdown afternoon.
Tyler, before I pass things over to you for the Scarlet and Gray Sports recap, I was going to ask you who the player of the game is for Ohio State, but I think it's clear. Mayan Williams, 5 touchdowns, couple hundred yards. Incredible performance from him.
But defensively, that player of the game has to go to Steel Chambers. 11 tackles. He didn't give 1 inch to any Rutgers ball carrier or receiver or quarterback. And then he had that interception to boot, adding what was probably his best overall day so far in 3 years for Ohio State, 2 of them on the defensive side of the ball.
As Carmen, Ohio plays down in the south end zone, we'll get ready to send this over to the Scarlet and Gray Sports Recap. Once again, here from Ohio Stadium, your final score, Ohio State 49, Rutgers 10 on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Thanks so much for listening and watching with us. For all of you at home on SGSR TV, thanks so much for spending your evening with us. Along with our usuals, our repertoire of broadcasts throughout the week, you can check our Twitter for those at SGSR_OSU. Tune in next week when we make the trip up to East Lansing to cover Ohio State football against Michigan State at a 4 o'clock kickoff. We will have the details for our pregame coverage coming out in our How to Watch article later this week. Alongside Tyler Danburg, I'm Caleb Spinner. We'll see you next weekend. But for now, that's the show. We're out of here.